Chapter 75 Chapter 75 Exposed for Using a Divine Ability. Chapter 75 Exposed for Using a Divine Ability. This was the very first time that the daily appraisal had failed. This ability never let him down. He could find information about anything or anyone when he used the daily appraisal ability. However, when he activated the ability on the Demoness, all it gave him were question marks. At least now he knew her name. Jiang Hao realized that he would need to break through the Golden Core realm and reach higher realms if he wanted to find out more about her. He did not know how long that would take. The only thing he could do was to keep trying to advance to greater cultivation realms. "Are you using a divine ability on me?" Hong Yuye's voice made him jump in fright. "You seem flustered." She stood up and turned away from the flower with a faint smile on her lips. "And no, I wasn't." He didn't understand how she had discovered him using his ability. No one had been able to sense it before. Hong Yuye smiled. "Lying comes so easily to you. You have used your ability twice on me till now. Do you think I don't know that?" Jiang Hao lowered his head and remained quiet. "Did you finish reading the book I gave you?" "Only the first part. I've only had time to skim through the rest," said Jiang Hao truthfully. "And here I thought you might have already read it all since you like hiding so much." Hong Yuye shook her head. "It is no wonder the way you use your ability is so crude. Anyone could sense it if they had half a brain." Jiang Hao was puzzled. What does she mean? Could abilities be hidden like one's cultivation? "Do you still want to mine?" Hong Yuye asked suddenly. Jiang Hao shook his head. "No. I want to stay here and take care of your flower." Hong Yuye walked to the corner of the courtyard and pulled out Jiang Hao's half-moon blade from the dirt. "Always with the lies." She looked at the saber for a while and walked into the house. "I hope you have tea." Jiang Hao took a deep breath and opened the pack of red azure tea. He brewed a pot of it and poured her a cup. He placed the cup of tea gingerly on the table. Hong Yuye lifted the cup to her lips and took a sip. She didn't say anything. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. "How did you raise the spirit beast?" Hong Yuye asked. "I just feed it spirit stones," said Jiang Hao. "Just that." Hong Yuye took another sip of tea. Jiang Hao hesitated. "I tie it up and feed it." Hong Yuye stared at him for a while. "What else can you raise?" "I'm not sure." He was telling the truth. If he could use daily appraisal on the plant or animal, he could figure out a way to nurture it. However, he wasn't sure what else he could raise in his home. "Find something interesting to plant in your small garden," said Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao sighed. "Where do I find something like that?" The heavenly fragrance Dao flower was the only interesting and rare item he had for now. "If I like it, I'll take it with me." Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao. "Do you have any objections?" Jiang Hao was speechless. "I guess not," said Hong Yuye and placed her cup on the table. He could sense her vast aura. "I have no objections at all," said Jiang Hao hurriedly. Hong Yuye stood up and walked out. "I won't make you work for nothing. When the time comes, I'll help you learn anything you want." Jiang Hao believed her. She had given him the Nameless Manual and the 7 forms of the Heavenly Blade. After all, knowledge was invaluable. "Oh yeah," Hong Yuye turned to him. "Prepare a better tea next time. I'll often visit to check on my flower. You do know what will happen if you anger me." "I'll keep it in mind," said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye then left. "Ah, it hurts," yelled the spirit beast. "What happened to my face?" Jiang Hao checked its injuries to make sure the beast was all right. Then, he left it be. He knew Hong Yuye had attacked the beast till it fainted. She probably didn't want the beast to see her. Jiang Hao sighed. "Where am I supposed to find a rare plant?" He needed to go and check out the treasures that were to be used as rewards for the competition. He needed to see if the seed was worth it. Jiang Hao felt that a purple bubble would drastically change things for him. One more ability would really help him out. When he returned to his room, he realized that the half-moon blade was gone. He sighed. Why do you have to steal my blades, Hong Yuya? Jiang Hao felt calm after the Demoness was gone. There was such a huge difference in the way he felt when she wasn't there and when she appeared suddenly. He needed to get stronger too. He took out the Nameless manual and began to read. This time, he decided to read the entire book. He wasn't in a hurry. From what Hong Yuya had said, he needed to read the entire thing. He read the whole night and only finished it in the morning. Jiang Hao was deep in thought as he gently closed the book. There isn't a section on divine abilities, but it does talk at length about special spells and energy consumption. If there was any description of rare abilities, he would have noticed it. If Hong Yuya hadn't told him to read it again, he wouldn't have noticed anything about special energy consumption. Divine abilities consumed energy, but all of them consumed it in different ways. There were generally 4 things in a body that could be consumed. They were spirit, stamina, cultivation, and lifeblood. These were all consumed in different ways and for different uses. As long as he knew what was consumed and in which activity, he could mask it from the world. Since all these things were related to the breath and spiritual energy, hiding them would greatly reduce the traces he left behind. The person who wrote this book must be a genius. There were so many things in the book that he couldn't understand. Jiang Hao realized that he was still lacking in knowledge. If he hadn't decided to use the daily appraisal on Ming-Yi today, he would have used that ability on the book. He wanted to know if this was written by Hong Yuya herself. If it was, he needed to be even more careful of her. After a while, Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden with the battered and bruised spirit beast. He saw Ming-Yi just in time. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal ability. Chapter 76 Chapter 76 The Seed of the Immortal Peach Tree. Chapter 76 The Seed of the Immortal Peach Tree. Jiang Hao recalled what the daily appraisal had shown him before when he appraised Ming-Yi. He realized that the Heavenly Saints Sect was even more dangerous than he thought. The Heavenly Note Sect and the Heavenly Saints Sect were at odds. It was normal for the Heavenly Saints Sect to suspect foul play concerning Yan Hua's disappearance. It just surprised Jiang Hao that they saw him as a threat. Jiang Hao had admitted that he met Yan Hua before her disappearance because he wanted to stay on the Law Enforcement Hall's suspect list. Otherwise, he wouldn't have mentioned it at all. Jiang Hao sighed. He seemed to make enemies everywhere. Fortunately, it seemed that the Heavenly Saints Sect was still unsure of Yan Hua's reason for the disappearance. For now, Jiang Hao wasn't their priority. Jiang Hao walked toward her. Senior Sister Ming, here is your plant. I think it should be fine now. Thank you, Junior Brother Jiang. If I encounter trouble again, I'll come and find you. I hope you don't mind. He realized that she was trying to get on his good side. Before, he would have fallen for it. He used to be naive and inexperienced. Ever since he had eaten the Heaven Extinction Goo poison, Yang Goo, he felt unaffected by such things. Jiang Hao began to organize and check on the spirit herbs. He couldn't visit the mines, so he might as well do his job well in the spirit herb garden. If there was even a small chance of getting a bubble, he would willingly do any work. While Jiang Hao was busy, the spirit beast went around the garden and talked to the people. Everyone called the beast Lord Rabbit jokingly. Jiang Hao ignored it. It had been a month since Jiang Hao had returned from the mine. Other than the trouble he had encountered with those 2 merchants while buying a saber, everything had been okay. There was steady progress in his attribute. He had been studying the Nameless manual diligently and appraising things at least once a day. He often appraised the spirit beast. There were no significant changes. He fed it spirit stones regularly. However, the beast was still in a state of shock after that day. The spirit beast didn't seem to be scared of him at all. There was someone else he was terrified of. The reason he kept appraising the spirit beast was to understand and learn the special consumption and the art of hiding it. After a few days of trying, he felt it. He understood what the nameless manual had been trying to tell him. He felt a slight consumption of his physical and mental strength when he used his ability. Jiang Hao was stunned. Hong Yuye can even detect such a slight change. The consumption was so small that it was almost impossible to notice. If he could disguise his consumption, he could entirely hide the fact that he was using any ability at all. He wanted to test it on Hong Yuye once again, but he was scared she'd blast him to hell. Jiang Hao made his way to the law enforcement hall. Yesterday, he had seen the rewards displayed in glass cases. Those had been for the Foundation establishment realm. Today, they were about to display the rewards for those in the Golden Core realm. Although he knew that he couldn't compete in the Golden Core realm category, Jiang Hao still wanted to see them. Jiang Hao stood in front of a display case that held the rewards for the Foundation establishment realm category. The first was the Nine Suns Saber. He felt that the reward wasn't anything great. He already had the primordial heavenly blade. The second and third rewards were books on different technique. He didn't care for them. The fourth reward, which was the Taoist robe, wasn't something he wanted. He had no use for it. Finally, Jiang Hao saw a small box. The lid was open and it revealed a black seed. It was the size of an egg and was covered in complicated patterns. He could sense faint spiritual energy from it. This is it. I wonder if it is important. If not, he would choose the Nine Suns Saber. He could still sell it if he didn't want to use it. Jiang Hao tried to conceal his consumption and then activated the daily appraisal. Although no one could detect it, he wanted to practice what he had learned. Jiang Hao made up his mind. The seed looked important. He would try to obtain it somehow. The seed needed to be placed next to a divine item. It might have been almost impossible for others but not Jiang Hao. He had the heavenly fragrance Tao flower in his courtyard and the primordial heavenly sword. He could use either of those. Jiang Hao asked around and found out that the competition would start in a month. I need to know how well I have to do to be able to choose the rewards. He went to look for the Cliff Master. You need something? Asked Ku Wuchang. Yes. I wanted to ask which rank I need to be to choose one of the rewards. Go on. What about the first reward? Jiang Hao asked. That's for the winner, said Ku Wuchang. But if you win, you can choose any other reward too. What about the fifth reward? If you make it to the top 3, you can have your pick among the third, fourth, and fifth reward, said the Cliff Master. There are a total of 13 participants. If you win 3 rounds, it might be enough for you to make it to that rank. Chapter 77, Chapter 77, Wouldn you win if you beat Jiang Hao? Chapter 77, Wouldn you win if you beat Jiang Hao? There were 2 people from the Cliff of Broken Hearts who had made it to the top 10. Both people were from 2 different cultivation realms. That meant that the probability of someone winning from the Cliff of Broken Hearts was high. 4 finalists would be selected for the competition. If Jiang Hao could make it to the top 3, he could choose the seed. Most disciples found seeds useless because the benefits weren't worth it. Master, how do you think the rewards will be categorized? Nine Suns Saber, then the Taoist robe, the spell technique might be at the 3rd place, then comes the cultivation technique, and finally the seed. The Heavenly Dawn spiritual technique is only at the 4th rank in the list of rewards? That surprised Jiang Hao. The Nine Suns Saber is obviously the most powerful one. The Taoist robe can not only be used in the Foundation establishment realm but also in the Golden Core and Primordial Spirit realm. Although the Heavenly Dawn spiritual technique is impressive, it's extremely difficult to learn, and far inferior in effect to the Nine Suns Flame spell technique. The seed, no one knows what attribute it has. So, it's placed as the last reward, said Ku Wuchang. I had the seed examined. Its vitality is so low that it's useless. Maybe it'll be somewhat useful to those in the lifeblood refinement realm. It might be slightly useful to those in the foundation establishment realm, but completely useless for some in the golden core realm. Jiang Hao thanked the Cliff Master for his explanation. He asked his master for a new technique that he could learn before the competition. Other disciples would have to compete in a preliminary round to make it to the competition, but Jiang Hao was already in the Sect's top 10 disciple list, so he could directly participate in the main competition. The Cliff Master, Ku Wuchang, handed Jiang Hao some book. Learn this. It's called the Demonic Sound 1000 Miles. It uses the same basic form as the Demonic Sound / and is much easier to learn. Jiang Hao thanked him and left. He had to learn the Demonic Sound 1000 Miles as soon as possible. With the movement technique, he could buy time and wait for his opponent to be defeated by other competitors. The next day, some disciples from the Cliff of Broken Hearts wanted to set up an arena for practice. Jiang Hao followed them. He was the only one assumed to be in the Foundation establishment realm. Others were in the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao wanted to go with them because he wanted to see how powerful they were, in case he had to fight them in the future. He followed the other disciples for a few days to the arena. He thought that these disciples, in the Golden Core realm, were not even trying their best. Jiang Hao could defeat them with a simple slash of the primordial heavenly blade, or by using the 2 forms of the 7 forms of the heavenly blade. Jiang Hao didn't try to fight them. It was better not to showcase his strength. When people got stronger, they were often led astray by their pride. He needed to keep calm. At night, Jiang Hao practiced the Demonic Sound 1000 Miles technique and flitted past the forest at a great speed. There was a white shadow that sped past him. The white shadow was none other than Jiang Hao's spirit beast. It had become stronger and faster after breaking through to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. It muttered about wanting a new collar every time Jiang Hao approached. He ignored the beast. Getting a new collar was too expensive, and he didn't have many spirit stones right now. After receiving many spirit stones from Mu Qi, Jiang Hao should have been rich. However, after everything that had come to pass, he was still as poor as ever. He had a lot of spirit herbs, but they didn't sell at a great price. He ended up giving most of it to the spirit beast instead. Well, that's that with the Demonic Sound 1000 Miles. I guess I'll make more talismans. Jiang Hao wanted to make more 100,000 swords talismans. If the opponent was too strong, he could always use the talismans to deal with them. He practiced the first and second form of the heavenly blade while paying close attention to energy consumption. 3 weeks later, Han Ming came over to meet him. Senior brother Jiang, I'm looking forward to sparring with you in the competition. He said that and turned to leave. He was confident this time. Han Ming had defeated everyone in the preliminary round, even the disciples from the other branches. Jiang Hao sighed. A true disciple favored by the spirits of mountains and rivers, it's not impossible for him to advance very quickly. Jiang Hao sat in the courtyard and began to refine his saber. The black saber was similar to the primordial heavenly blade in length. Its weight was just right. The craftsmanship was indeed impressive. It was definitely the work of some famous master. Jiang Hao had practiced the first and second form of the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade, the Demonic Sound 1000 Miles, and created 100,000 swords talismans. He felt that these were enough preparations to at least win 3rd place. However, he couldn't underestimate his opponents. They might have prepared a lot for the competition. The next day, Jiang Hao woke up and walked out to the courtyard to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The spirit beast approached Jiang Hao. Master, why don't you want to take me along to the competition? Why should I? I could help. My speed is astonishing. When our opponent approached you, I could slash my claws at him and injure him. You can then win. I was thinking of leaving you in charge of the Spirit Herb Garden in my absence, said Jiang Hao. All right. That'll do too, said the Spirit Beast happily. The competition was held in the central square of the Heavenly Note Sect. There were many arenas there. There were 3 categories for the competition: the Foundation Establishment Round, the Golden Core Round, and the Primordial Spirit Round. Jiang Hao looked at the list for the Foundation Establishment Round. There were 13 people. Han Ming stood in the center. He was almost through with the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm. As expected of a true disciple, he had advanced so fast. Jiang Hao scanned the list and found that he was supposed to fight against Xen Yue of Thunder Fire Peak. The name was familiar. Jiang Hao had gone on a mission to the Devil's Den with her once. He didn't expect her to have advanced to the middle stage of Foundation Establishment Realm. He walked to the arena. Xen Yue of Thunder Fire Peak looked at the name list with confidence. Although she had just advanced to the middle stage recently, she had benefited a lot from the fight against Azure Mountain. She had a red scale sword in her hand, a moonfrost robe draped on her body, and many talismans that she could use. She had everything she needed for this competition. Xen Yue wanted to win the Heavenly Dawn spiritual technique. Junior Sister Xen, with your recent experience in the fight, it might not be difficult for you to gain victory, said a senior. It was mostly luck, Xen Yue said humbly. Soon, they saw the name list for the competition. Xen Yue realized that her opponent was the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Jiang Hao. Xen Yue was in disbelief. Wasn't he in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment Realm? How did he advance to the middle stage so soon? Xen Yue almost lost all her confidence. However, a senior congratulated her. Jiang Hao? That's great, said a senior. Junior Sister Xen, I heard that he just got lucky because of some fortuitous encounter. He has no real combat experience. You'll definitely win. The congratulatory voices rang in her ears and annoyed her. She gritted her teeth. She would still fight with all her might. The Heavenly Dawn's spiritual technique was too precious for her. Chapter 78. Chapter 78. Victory decided with just one slash. Chapter 78. Victory decided with just one slash. In the arena, Jiang Hao waited quietly. There weren't many people in the audience. He wasn't a famous person, after all. Xen Yue wasn't as well known either. People usually rushed to watch fights between those of higher realms. Jiang Hao was the same. He wouldn't waste his time watching fights between those in the lower realms, either. A woman approached him. Her hair was tied in a ponytail, and her eyes were filled with determination. She seemed like she was going to fight to the death. He wouldn't have cared about the fight if it was any other time. However, he needed that seed. Senior Sister Xen, it's been a while since I saw you here, said Jiang Hao. Junior Brother Jiang likewise. I didn't expect you to advance so quickly. Xen Yue felt a little bitter. She had come to this fight feeling very confident in herself. She hadn't expected to meet someone that she least wanted to. In the Devil's Den, she had feared Jiang Hao. I was just lucky, said Jiang Hao humbly. Jiang Hao heard some people cheer for Xen Yue. He didn't care. A senior in the Golden Core realm approached them with a notebook. State your name, please. Xen Yue of Thunder Fire Peak. Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Let's begin, said the senior. In an instant, Jiang Hao felt a spiritual sword flying toward him. Clang. He unsheathed his new half-moon blade and blocked the attack. There was no time to waste. His opponent continuously attacked him from all sides. Jiang Hao defended himself as best as he could. His opponent had no intention to stop. His slashes became even more frenzied. For a moment, Jiang Hao only tried to defend. He didn't have an opening to attack. He stayed where he was. His opponent didn't even let him move from the spot. There was a rumbling sound. Jiang Hao felt the fluctuation in the spiritual energy. He had learned to sense changes in spiritual energy from the Nameless manual. It was a wonderful feeling to be in control. He just needed to wait till the opponent attacked because he knew the exact direction from where she would launch her attack. Jiang Hao was on his guard this whole time, but he could sense every attack before it landed. He dodged and blocked easily. However, Xian Yue was already feeling the strain of keeping up with her attacks. She used all her strength. Not one of her attacks flustered Jiang Hao. She felt as though he was a monster. He didn't move an inch from the spot. He didn't even break a sweat. Jiang Hao just stood there blocking her attacks as it rained on him. Xian Yue used the lightning sword technique and threw the sword at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao's blade rose to block the attack. He used the demonic sound slash technique this time. There was a boom and dust flew everywhere. His saber cut through Xian Yue's lightning sword and broke it in half. The blade flashed past, missing Xian Yue's cheek by inches. The saber then fell on the floor with a clang. Xian Yue looked terrified. She took a deep breath to calm herself and bowed to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao bowed to her in return. "Thank you so much for letting me win, senior sister Xian." Xian Yue gave him a bitter smile and turned around and left. The people who had supported Xian Yue followed her. The senior from the Golden Core realm approached the arena. "Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts wins." The senior glanced at him a few more times. He couldn't believe Jiang Hao's foundation was so strong. Jiang Hao bowed to his senior and left the arena. The next fight would be held in the afternoon. The top 4 competitors would be selected today. They would then fight tomorrow until there were only 3 left. The top 3 would then compete with each other the following day. Jiang Hao did some calculations and figured out that he still had to fight 3 more rounds. He couldn't make his win seem too obvious. Xian Yue wasn't someone weak. Han Ming, too. After participating in the battle against Azure Mountain, he must be even stronger than before. After a while, Jiang Hao returned to the Spirit Herb Garden. Jiang Hao was happy when he felt the bubbles absorb into his body. Although the changes weren't very great, it was still something. His spirit was much stronger than those of the same rank. He would soon break through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. After that, he began to take care of the spirit herbs. He cared for the spirit herbs because they were the reason for his growth. "Did you lose in the competition?" Ching Cho walked to Jiang Hao. No," he said. "Then, shouldn't you be resting right now and preparing for the afternoon?" asked Ching Cho. "No need." Ching Cho did not say anything further and got busy with the herbs nearby. Jiang Hao always treated the people well whenever they worked in the Spirit Herb Garden. They, in turn, hoped he would succeed in whatever he did. With a whoosh, the spirit beast darted to his side. "Master, I found something wrong in that corner of the garden." "Where?" asked Jiang Hao. The spirit beast led him to a corner. Jiang Hao examined the area. He found out that the nutrients in the soil were depleted, and it hadn't occurred naturally. Somebody had accelerated the growth of whatever had been planted there before. "Go and tell Ching Cho to find out what was planted in this area," said Jiang Hao to the spirit beast. If the spiritual herbs were left to grow on their own, they would absorb the nutrients but also replenish it by various means. While Ching Cho investigated the matter, Jiang Hao returned to the central square. He saw his name on the list for the next round. His opponent was Zhou Chan of White Moon Lake. Senior sister Zhou Chan. Jiang Hao found it hard to believe. If she had made it to the second round, then it meant she was very strong. She was actually in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. When he walked to the arena, he saw that Zhou Chan had already arrived. Junior brother Jiang, it really is you. I thought it was someone else with the same name. When we last met, you were just in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Now look at you. You're already in the middle stage. Zhou Chan smiled warmly at him. Jiang Hao gave her a friendly smile in return. I was just lucky to advance quickly. You're so amazing, senior sister Zhou. I did hear rumors of White Moon Lake being full of geniuses. It seems the rumors are true after all. Zhou Chan smiled. The rumors aren't true at all. There are very few people from the White Moon Lake in this competition. I'm the only one from that branch who's in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Is that so? Names please, said the Golden Core Realm Senior once again. Chapter 79 Chapter 79 A Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. Chapter 79 A Fish Leaps Over the Dragon Gate. After they gave their names, the fight began. Red silk materialized around Zhou Chan. This is Hong Ling, she said. It plays strong offense and is very fast. Junior brother Jiang, please don't push yourself if you feel like you can't handle it, alright? She waved her hand and the red silk floated at Jiang Hao at an impossible speed. Jiang Hao blocked it with his blade, but he was pushed back. The red silk was indeed very powerful. It was a completely different attack style from senior sister Xin. As expected of someone who had made it all this way and stood alone in her achievement, Zhou Chan was quite impressive. Just as he was thinking about that, the red silk attacked again. As the red silk attacked, he dodged and used demonic sound slash to attack Zhou Chan, who stood at a distance. However, no matter how many times he used that technique, Zhou Chan dodged it easily. Zhou Chan was indeed very powerful. She might even be close to advancing to the late stage. Jiang Hao couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. In the beginning, he had planned to keep the fight up until the opponent got exhausted. However, he realized that Zhou Chan was better than that. Jiang Hao used both demonic sound slash and the demonic sound 1,000 miles at the same time. The technique was enough to defeat the red silk. In an instant, Jiang Hao appeared behind Zhou Chan and placed his hand on her shoulder. Zhou Chan put down her red silk. I lost. Thank you for letting me win, senior sister Zhou, said Jiang Hao politely. Zhou Chan didn't really feel disappointed. She left the arena after bowing to Jiang Hao. Out of curiosity, he appraised Zhou Chan. She can sense malice around her? Jiang Hao was surprised. He now understood how she had been able to dodge every attack he threw at her. He had thought that she might have studied something like the Nameless Manual too. It turned out that she had the ability of higher perception. In the end, I wasn't trying to attack her. I just put my hand on her shoulder. Maybe she couldn't sense my intent then. Jiang Hao thought that that was the most likely explanation. He was a bit uneasy. It seemed that Zhou Chan could rise through the realms quite easily with her ability. Jiang Hao didn't dwell much on it. Someone of pure heart and mind like Zhou Chan deserved more than being stuck in a demonic sect. As Jiang Hao left the arena, he saw some people engaged in a heated argument. Looking at people like them, Jiang Hao was glad that someone like Zhou Chan existed in a demonic sect. On the way back, he met Han Ming. He looked happy. Senior brother Jiang, I made it to the top 4. Jiang Hao smiled at him. Congratulations, junior brother Han. Did you also enter the competition? Asked Han Ming. I did. Han Ming wasn't disheartened to hear that, but he did feel a bit uneasy. Han Ming made his way back to his house. On his way, he met some other seniors. Junior brother Han, did you make it to the semi-finals? Han Ming nodded. I did. Wow, you're amazing. You just advanced to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, and you already made it to the top 4. Your future is bright. Han Ming smiled and thanked them. Back at his house, Jiang Hao studied the Nameless Manual. Although he was careful with the energy fluctuations he revealed when using his abilities, he still wanted to study the manual on a deeper level. He also wanted to learn the third form from the 7 forms of the Heavenly Blade. Unfortunately, he neither had the time nor the knowledge to begin practicing it. The middle stage of the Golden Core realm wasn't enough to learn the third form. He needed to advance further. He studied the manual till midnight and then began to cultivate. Every time he tried to study the manual, he had to activate the clear and pure heart ability to understand the content of the manual. It exhausted his spiritual energy. It was a pity he hadn't been able to obtain a purple bubble. Otherwise, he could have received another ability. The next day, after collecting the bubbles in his yard and the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao headed to the central square to check the name list. Jiang Hao was surprised to find that his opponent was none other than Han Ming. He wondered how Han Ming was feeling about this. He headed to the arena and waited for Han Ming to arrive. After a while, Han Ming approached. "I know it'll be difficult to win against you, senior brother Jiang, but I'll still give it my all." "Names, please," said the Golden Core Realm Senior. He glanced at Jiang Hao and gave him a nod. The senior seemed optimistic about Jiang Hao. After that, Han Ming cast a spell, and lightning spread around him. Then, he charged at Jiang Hao like a bolt of lightning. Clang! As the sword and saber clashed, Jiang Hao was pushed back a little. Han Ming had become much stronger, and he could sense another force surging around the sword. An inheritance? Jiang Hao guessed. He wasn't worried anyway. He began to attack. The saber and the sword clashed in a frenzy. The demonic slash intertwined with the lightning. Han Ming used his strongest move and slashed at Jiang Hao with the sword of lightning. Jiang Hao dodged it. He used the demonic sound 1,000 miles and stepped closer to Han Ming at such a speed that Han Ming didn't even notice him until Jiang Hao placed the flat of his saber on his forehead. For a moment, Han Ming had thought that he could win. "I lost." Han Ming put away his word. "Thank you, junior brother Han," said Jiang Hao as he sheathed his saber. There were some people watching the fight, but they didn't seem too surprised. Jiang Hao was a senior, after all. Jiang Hao didn't rush off to his house this time, but sat and watched the fight between those in the Golden Core Realm and also the Primordial Spirit Realm. The techniques and spells they used were extraordinary. He tried to remember the spells so that he could use them in the future. The next day, Jiang Hao continued watching the fights between those in Golden Core Realms. He especially paid attention to the people in the peak stage of the Golden Core Realm. On the third day, Jiang Hao appeared in the square again. Today's match would decide the winner. Chapter 80 Junior Brother Jiang Keeps a Low Profile. Chapter 80 Junior Brother Jiang Keeps a Low Profile. Ning Wanping from Law Enforcement Hall. Jiang Hao was surprised to see someone from the Law Enforcement Hall competing in the arena. He was worried for a moment. He didn't want to provoke someone from the Law Enforcement Hall, but he realized that this was a competition, and the Law Enforcement Hall wouldn't be that petty. Jiang Hao had already made too many enemies. The most significant one was the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. If they couldn't find another vessel, they would keep targeting him. He approached the arena. After the 4 rounds were completed, the winners could choose the reward. A young man arrived at the arena. He was dressed all in black. His eyes were devoid of any motion. After careful observation, Jiang Hao confirmed that the opponent was in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. He was very strong. When he released his aura, a bone-crushing cold radiated everywhere. His opponent definitely wasn't an ordinary person. Jiang Hao thought about it and realized that anyone who had made it to the top 4 obviously would be extraordinary. Han Ming hadn't made it to the top 3 despite being favored by the spirits of mountains and rivers. This person must be very powerful indeed. Losing at this stage wouldn't even feel disheartening because all the opponents were exemplary. "State your names, please," said the Golden Core Realm Senior. Jiang Hao was surprised to see him yet again. He wondered if other categories had the same referee from beginning to end too. "Ning Wanping of Law Enforcement Peak," said Ning Wanping impassively. "Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts," said Jiang Hao. The opponent was in no hurry to attack him. Jiang Hao also stood there patiently. Soon, Jiang Hao realized that the opponent was using that time to raise his momentum. In an instant, his energy rushed toward Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao knew that such a movement was used in the second form of the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade. Jiang Hao used his Saber's spiritual intent to block the attack. Ning Wanping's spiritual attack became faster and more relentless, but Jiang Hao's Saber was enough to block the energy. To the outsiders, both were rooted on the spot and did nothing. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao and Ning Wanping were busy fighting with their aura and spiritual energy. "How long do you think Senior Brother Jiang from the Cliff of Broken Hearts can last?" "I don't know. Let's go and watch other matches. This is getting boring." "Okay. Let's go." A few people got up and left. They were just a few paces away from the arena when they heard a loud explosion. The sound startled everyone, and they turned around to check. They were surprised to see Ning Wanping on one knee trying to support himself with his broken sword. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body shook. What happened? The people who were leaving were disappointed to have missed out on the action. Everyone wondered about the same thing. How had Ning Wanping lost? Jiang Hao sighed in relief. It was just as well that the opponent had raised his momentum to such an extent that he had exhausted himself. Otherwise, if this had dragged on any longer, his cultivation realm would have been exposed. While the opponent had used his sword along with his spiritual energy, Jiang Hao had used 3 slashes of his blade. The first slash was useless against the opponent. The second slash had broken Ning Wanping's sword. Jiang Hao held back on the third slash because Ning Wanping would have died otherwise. "Thank you," Jiang Hao said softly and bowed. "Likewise." Ning Wanping stood up calmly. Ning Wanping knew that he would have died if Jiang Hao hadn't held back on his last attack. Jiang Hao stood there as the senior approached him and announced him as the winner. He smiled at Jiang Hao. "When do you want to choose the reward?" asked Zhan Lai. He had watched Jiang Hao fight from beginning to end. He noticed that junior brother Jiang was powerful but kept a low profile. His cultivation was solid, his Dharma treasure was extraordinary, and his saber techniques were top-notch. "Can we do it now?" asked Jiang Hao. "Of course," said Zhan Lai. "Others might hear about it when it's announced officially, but you can still make the choice now. You are given the priority because you are the winner." Zhan Lai led Jiang Hao to the area where the rewards were showcased. "You can choose the reward now." Jiang Hao pretended to look at each reward very carefully. He finally walked to the last item and chose it. It was the seed in the box. "Are you sure you want this?" asked Zhan Lai. "You can choose anything you want. You don't even have to worry about provoking anyone with your choice since this is a competition and the sect owns these treasures. Nobody will challenge you for choosing something else." "Thank you," said Jiang Hao. "I think this is perfect for me at the moment." The seed was what Jiang Hao wanted the most. It was the sole reason he had given his all in the competition. Other rewards were insignificant. Zhan Lai didn't say anything further. He gave Jiang Hao the box with the seed. Jiang Hao headed back to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He needed to plant the seed near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. After 7 days, he could uproot the seedling and plant it somewhere more spacious. It would cost him a lot of spirit stones. Zhan Lai watched Jiang Hao leave. He couldn't help but sigh. The one who won the competition ended up choosing the most useless reward of all. The others were lucky. The one ranked second would definitely be overjoyed. Zhan Lai couldn't say anything. Everyone made their own choices after all. Jiang Hao planted the seed. He stood up and dusted off the dirt from his clothes. Now I wait for 7 more days. He headed to the spirit herb garden. He wanted to pick up some bubbles. If he waited until tomorrow, he would get only a few. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, he saw that Ching Chou and the others were at their wits' end. "What's wrong?" asked Jiang Hao. A few days ago, he had asked Ching Chou to investigate an area in the garden. "Senior brother Jiang, I found out that the depleted area held bone flowers from the 100 Bones forest." "How do you know that?" asked Jiang Hao. "This morning, Uncle Rabbit discovered that there was a problem with another area in the garden. We checked the area, and it was severely depleted in nutrients like the other area we found yesterday. The only similarity was that bone flowers had been planted in both places." "Take me there," said Jiang Hao. He was the one who looked after the spirit herb garden. If there was any problem with the spirit herb garden because of the herbs planted there, then Jiang Hao would be blamed for not taking care of the place. He would be accused of not doing his job well. There would be consequences. Chapter 81 Chapter 81 Harassing an Honest Person. Chapter 81 Harassing an Honest Person. The spirit beast was sniffing the area around the fence. When it saw Jiang Hao, it ran to him. "Master, this area has the same problem as the last one." Jiang Hao nodded. He squatted down to check the soil. The area was lacking severely in nutrient. If this went on, it would take 2 or 3 years for the garden to recover. "Where are the bone flowers?" asked Jiang Hao. The spirit beast led the way, and Jiang Hao followed it. After a while, he stood in front of a white flower. Even the stalk and the leaves were entirely white. The bone flowers were used for strengthening the bones and/or refinement of energy. It was an important spirit herb that was native to the 100 Bones forest. Usually, the bone flowers needed a very specific kind of area to grow. Occasionally, people planted the bone flowers in the spirit herb garden to raise them until they were ready to be harvested. There hadn't been any problems in the past. After examining the area closely, he realized that the flower was the cause of the depletion of nutrient. Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal on the flower. Jiang Hao felt helpless. How could someone profit from destroying a spirit herb garden? He didn't know who Bai Yi was. He had never heard that name before. "How many bone flowers are there in the whole garden?" Jiang Hao asked. "Around 500, said Ching Chou. The bone flowers weren't very valuable. However, 500 of them could fetch a decent price. Inform the people of the 100 Bones forest. Tell them that we have a problem," said Jiang Hao. "All right." Ching Chou did not hesitate. After Ching Chou left, Jiang Hao went to the market. He sold 12 of his 100,000 swords talismans. It fetched him about 300 spirit stones. The aftereffects of the fight with Azure Mountain had passed. The prices and demand for items had returned to normal. Prices for some items had even fallen. Jiang Hao barely managed to make 600 spirit stones in total. He was worried about the bone flowers and the problems associated with it. Jiang Hao went back to the spirit herb garden after that, but Ching Chou was nowhere to be seen. So, he returned to his house. Jiang Hao thought that he could meet Ching Chou tomorrow, or he would definitely come to find Jiang Hao if something was wrong. The next day, Jiang Hao still didn't see Ching Chou in the garden. That night, Jiang Hao couldn't sleep, so he cleaned his sword. The following day, Jiang Hao watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and headed to the spirit herb garden. He finally saw Ching Chou there. "Senior brother Jiang, I went to look for the people from the 100 Bones forest yesterday. They said all other things have to wait because they are caught up in some urgent matter. We will need to wait for at least 5 days." Ching Chou lowered his head guiltily. "I also found out that other spirit herb gardens are facing the same problem." Jiang Hao was worried. He didn't want to tell his master about it. Once he was accused, it would be troublesome. Jiang Hao wanted to solve the problem without attracting any attention to it. If the spirit herb garden couldn't be restored, there would be consequences. It seems the 100 Bones Forest sect is so fearless that they even try to destroy the whole spirit herb garden for profit. Uproot the bone flowers and place them far away from the spirit herb garden, said Jiang Hao. All right, said Chingchou. Chingchou didn't object. He felt partly responsible for the problem. Jiang Hao waited for 5 days, but the people from the 100 Bone Forest sect didn't come. Chingchou had gone to confirm and had just returned. They said they need 5 more days. What about the other spirit herb gardens? Asked Jiang Hao. How are they faring? They haven't transplanted the bone flowers to another area yet, said Chingchou. They feel that uprooting the bone flowers will have consequences. The bone flowers that had been uprooted had almost withered. Chingchou was worried, but he didn't dare disobey Jiang Hao. The thing about demonic sects was that the strong harassed the weak. So, the guardians of the other spirit herb gardens wouldn't dare start any dispute, no matter how much they had to suffer for it. White Moon Lake also had a spirit herb garden, but the 100 Bones Forest would never dare to plant a mutated flower there. Zhou Chan was a formidable guardian. They feared offending her. They only dared to mistreat weaker guardians. Then let's wait for them a little longer, said Jiang Hao. The bone flowers had been transferred to an area far away from the spirit herb garden, so there was nothing to worry about. It had withered and was about to die. If they delayed any longer, things would escalate, and it would no longer be possible to solve the problem peacefully. Jiang Hao was willing to compensate for the dying bone flowers. He didn't care if the bone flowers died. Usually, ordinary bone flowers were very resilient. They didn't wither away so easily. This mutated version could only survive if it could absorb nutrients from other spirit herbs. Seeing Jiang Hao calm made Chingchou feel at ease. Several other spirit herb garden guardians were already panicking. They didn't want to transplant the flower to an area outside the garden, so they watched as their gardens suffered great damage. Jiang Hao instructed the spirit beast to keep an eye on the garden, and he worked on the spirit herbs. After finishing his work, Jiang Hao didn't hang around. He patrolled the garden to make sure there weren't any other problems. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. He felt burdened. Not only did he have to be wary of the traitors and spies in the sect, but also needed to be careful of his fellow disciples. 2 days later, Jiang Hao checked on the seed he had planted beside the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He surrounded it with 99 spirit stones. He then watered it. Now I have to wait 9 days more. After 9 days, the seed was supposed to take root and sprout. At that time, bubbles would start to appear. Jiang Hao knew that purple gold and gold bubbles would be impossible to get for now. The seed couldn't grow into a divine tree yet. For the past few days, Jiang Hao had spent most of his time selling talismans and studying the other forms of techniques from the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade. He studied the first and second forms very closely. Jiang Hao wanted to strengthen the 2 forms even more. He mostly used his usual saber to practice it, but sometimes switched to the primordial Heavenly Blade. He still hadn't found out who Bai Yi was. He didn't dare ask around because he didn't want to raise suspicion. Another 3 days passed in a flash, and Jiang Hao finally saw someone from the 100 Bones Forest sect arrive at the Spirit Herb Garden. The one who had arrived was some disciple in the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. His name was Li Kai. Jiang Hao had talked to him in passing. "Junior brother Jiang, you're not very kind," said Li Kai as Jiang Hao approached. Li Kai's dominating aura radiated around him. "Why do you say that, senior brother Li?" Jiang Hao ignored his aura. They were at the Spirit Herb Garden. The sect didn't tolerate fights in the garden. "I was only a few days late, but you uprooted the bone flowers and left it out to die?" Chapter 82 A New Divine Ability. Chapter 82 A New Divine Ability. There was a problem with the bone flowers, said Jiang Hao calmly. It was destroying the spirit herb garden. It would have destroyed more areas if I hadn't uprooted it. Are you saying that the 100 Bone Forest sect is trying to destroy the spirit herb gardens? Asked Li Kai. How is it that only you have a problem with it? It seems the other spirit herb gardens let the bone flowers grow until someone from our sect came over to discuss it. Do you feel like you are powerful enough now and don't have to care about offending the other sects? Li Kai was on a roll. Nobody pointed out any problems at the time when we paid you to plant the bone flowers in the spirit herb garden. It seems the complaints are coming from you only when the bone flowers is about to mature. Is there really a problem with the bone flowers, or do you have a problem with us, junior brother Jiang? All the blame was shifted to Jiang Hao so casually. Jiang Hao didn't want to argue because it'd be useless anyway. I went to look for you twice, said Ching Cho in Jiang Hao's defense. I already mentioned the problem in detail, but none of you cared. If you hadn't dragged out the matter for so long, it wouldn't have come to this. Humph! Li Kai glared at the fearful Ching Cho. The 100 Bones Forest sect has paid you to maintain and take care of the bone flowers because we have no time. Do you think we would have paid you to raise the bone flowers if we had the time to run over whenever you called us? We did inform you that we had urgent matters to attend to. Isn't it normal for us to take a few days more to deal with those matters and then find the time to see you here? For a matter as small as that, you found it okay to destroy our flowers. Jiang Hao waved Ching Cho away and told him to continue with his work. Chang Cho turned and left reluctantly. Senior Brother Li, how do you want to deal with this? It's better if we find a reasonable way to solve it. What's done is done anyway. All right, said Li Kai. You're right. A mature bone flower costs 5 spirit stones. This spirit herb garden was given a total of 500 bone flowers. That would be 2,500 spirit stones. Isn't the bone flower worth only 3 spirit stones? Asked Jiang Hao. That was before. The price of everything has risen since the fight with Azure Mountain, said Li Kai. I heard you made a lot of contributions to the sect lately. I'm sure you have some spirit stones to spare. Li Kai knew about Jiang Hao. He had done his homework properly before coming here. Manlong had asked Jiang Hao for help during the fight with the Blackheaven sect, and Jiang Hao had helped him. Manlong was smart. He received the reward for capturing the enemy, but pushed Jiang Hao to take the fall by shifting the credit to him. In this way, most people, including the Blackheaven sect, thought that Jiang Hao was the reason Xianyuan Tai was captured while Manlong reaped the benefit. Jiang Hao was silent. He didn't have 2,500 spirit stones. He had never seen that many spirit stones in his life. Jiang Hao could only pay 900 spirit stones. He had 200,000 swords talismans, but that was barely enough. Senior Brotherly, will you be taking away the bone flowers too? Asked Jiang. How as Snee glanced at Tianyi Pile or Witneria bone mowers. Yes, the flowers belong to us. It's only right that I take them back, said Li Kai. Then shouldn't you reduce the price by a bit? Asked Jiang Hao. The bone flowers belong to us from the beginning. The compensation is your apology for destroying them. The two don't overlap. Do you have the spirit stones to pay for them or not? I know you earn spirit stones very quickly. You can pay the remaining amount in 3 months. Li Kai looked at him. I am reasonable, you know. If you can't pay in 3 months, you can take 6 months to pay back. However, the delay would add some interest. Jiang Hao now knew for sure that Li Kai had spent a lot of time to find out about him. He had done his homework well. All right, said Jiang Hao. He took out 500 spirit stones and handed them to Li Kai. Here. Please accept this for now. I'll pay the rest back within 3 months. Sure. You are very easy to get along with, junior brother Jiang. Li Kai smirked. I heard that your garden is suffering from depleting nutrients. I have a treasure here that can replenish the nutrients lost. I can sell it to you for 1,000 spirit stones. I wouldn't sell them to anyone at that price. All right. Thank you. Jiang Hao nodded. Jiang Hao took the 2 black pearls and watched Li Kai leave. He activated the daily appraisal ability. Ming's Wuchuan? Jiang Hao vaguely recalled the name. He was the true disciple of 100-Bone Forest. Bai Yi didn't appear. Jiang Hao decided to find Ming's Wuchuan in 7 days. He looked for Ching Chou and asked him if he was alright. After confirming that he was okay, Jiang Hao buried the 2 black pearls in the areas where the bone flowers had been planted. The nutrients did get replenished, but the land wasn't as fertile as before. If he wanted the area to recover from the deficiency, he needed to find something else. Jiang Hao decided to visit the spirit herb garden tomorrow to make sure there was no other trouble. He then headed back to his house and continued studying the second form of the 7 forms of the Heavenly Blade. Days went by, and Jiang Hao spent his time between his house and the spirit herb garden. He worked tirelessly. On the 7th day, Jiang Hao woke up early in the morning. He watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The scent of the flower cleared his mind. However, his attention wasn't focused on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower today. He was delighted to find that the seed of the immortal peach tree had sprouted. The tender seedling had pushed through the soil and unfurled its delicate leaves. There was a purple bubble beside it. It wasn't a gold bubble, but Jiang Hao was still happy. He had waited for a purple bubble for so long. He could finally obtain another divine ability. He didn't rush to get it. Instead, he activated the daily appraisal ability. A bowl of water every day. Jiang Hao was surprised. The seed had seemed very high maintenance in the beginning because it was supposed to be surrounded by 99 spirit stones. However, it was fairly easy to tend to after taking root. Jiang Hao was curious. Will surrounding it with more spirit stones make a difference? As for placing the sapling near a divine item, Jiang Hao didn't have to worry about it. It was already growing near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao returned to his room. Jiang Hao chose to obtain the ability. His thoughts scattered. Jiang Hao felt his spiritual energy gather at the center of his forehead. He realized that the new ability would be concentrated there. A few moments later, he knew the name of this new divine ability, Reappearance of the Hidden Spirit. Chapter 83 Chapter 83, Another Kill. Chapter 83, Another Kill. I need to find more purple bubbles for one more ability. Jiang Hao wondered where he could find purple bubbles. Should I wait for the immortal peach tree to mature? He didn't know how long he would have to wait. He didn't think much about it for now. Jiang Hao focused on his new ability. He raised his hand to feel the center of his forehead. What kind of power is this? He activated the ability. The divine ability had 2 parts. When he activated it, all his spiritual energy moved toward the center of his forehead and concentrated into a vortex. It was unstoppable, but Jiang Hao didn't panic. He waited and let the energy flow to the center of his forehead. Jiang Hao realized that this was the first part of the ability, Hidden Spirit. The next was Reappearance. When all the energy was swept and concentrated into a vortex, the second part of the ability could be activated to restore the energy to his body. Jiang Hao realized that this ability was very useful, especially when he was too exhausted to fight and had to face a strong opponent. He could then use the stored spiritual energy and instantly recover. Jiang Hao wondered what would happen if he activated the ability when he was at his peak. He decided to try this new ability for the next few days and get more familiar with it. After that, Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden. He stood at the entrance and looked at the sky. The sky was a deep blue today. The day is so beautiful today. I can finally sleep in peace after tomorrow, said Jiang Hao. Master, you haven't been sleeping well? Asked the spirit beast. What about you? Asked Jiang Hao without answering the question. Have you been sleeping well? I'm always in the courtyard. I sleep late, but I wake up very early. Jiang Hao knew that it spent most of its time staring at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It wanted to lick the petals of the flower but held back in fear every time. When it got tired of staring at it, it would then fall asleep late in the night. It then woke up before dawn and stared at the flower again. That was its routine. Master, are we going to the spirit herb garden again? Can we go somewhere else today? Asked the spirit beast. I can't. Jiang Hao shook his head. Then how will the sect know about my existence? They should all know about me and understand how invincible I am. Jiang Hao said nothing. He didn't know how to tell the beast that this was a demonic sect. Someone would probably kill it if they discovered it. Jiang Hao was counting on the gold bubble the beast might give. Once it stopped giving bubbles, Jiang Hao could throw it out if it wanted to roam around so much. Master, can you get me a storage treasure? I can't even accept gifts from people without it, said the spirit beast. Find Xing Chou and get him to find you a suitable treasure, said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao then headed to the spirit herb garden and the bubbles swarmed over to him. Jiang Hao sensed the minute changes in his attributes as the bubbles absorbed into his body. In the afternoon, Han Ming came to visit him. He gave him a token and said that it was from the Lawless Tower. There is a place at the side of the Lawless Tower where you can absorb plenty of energy. I often go there when I need to increase my cultivation. Han Ming smiled. I worked hard outside and did well in the competition because of it. I feel like I had an advantage because of that. You can make use of it too. Jiang Hao realized that Han Ming was here to show off again. You're truly amazing, junior brother Han. Jiang Hao humored him. Han Ming left feeling very smug of himself. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh as he saw Han Ming leave. If Han Ming was this way with everyone in the demonic sect, someone might try to get rid of him. A demonic sect was the least safe among all places in the world. The next day, a man took a small path to the 100 Bones forest. It was in the evening and the sun had already set. Everything was silent. Not even the birds chirped. Senior Brother Ming, I'm here to pay my respects, said Li Kai. A white-robed man walked into the courtyard. His eyes were cold. They held no emotion. He looked at Li Kai. Come in, he said. Li Kai walked into the man's house. He took out his storage treasure and handed it to Ming's Wichyuan. This is our harvest this time, Senior Brother Ming. Ming's Wichyuan took the storage magic treasure and checked it. His brows furrowed slightly. There are spirit stones here but no other things. Not just a small amount, said Li Kai. I have yet to collect 2,000 spirit stones from Jiang Hao. He is from the Cliff of Broken Hearts and has many spirit stones. I told him I can give him more time, but he'd have to pay interest. He refused. Jiang Hao, asked Ming's Wichyuan. Is that the same person that Manlong threw under the bus to escape the attention of the Blackheaven sect? Yes, but we don't have to worry. I asked around and found out that he won't create unnecessary trouble. Hates confrontation. Always keeps to himself. We'll be fine. Can he afford it though? He can. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion made him pay 1,000 spirit stones in 3 months. He paid it back with no problem at all, said Li Kai. 1,000 spirit stones in 3 months? Shem. Maybe we need to take good care of this person if he can afford to pay so much, said Ming's Wichyuan as he took out a pill from his pocket and threw it at Li Kai. Here. This is for you. You did a good job. This pill can help you advance very quickly. Li Kai accepted the pill and thanked him profusely. He had worked so hard for this pill. Tonight, he could finally advance to the peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm. He would then be one step away from advancing to the Golden Core realm. Just then, he heard something buzzing past his head. A long spear pierced through Li Kai's head at lightning speed. His head exploded. Blood splattered on Ming Zhuchuan's face. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Li Kai didn't even have the time to react before he dropped dead. Chapter 84. Chapter 84. The Consequences of Killing a Formidable Disciple. Chapter 84. The Consequences of Killing a Formidable Disciple. Li Kai was dead. He died right in front of Ming Zhuchuan, and he couldn't even do anything. He felt shocked and powerless. Ming Zhuchuan was at the Golden Core realm. He calmed himself and looked around. However, in the next second, a saber stabbed him from behind. The robe on his body protected him. Ming Zhuchuan sighed in relief. He didn't waste any time. He started to gather his power. A purple light flashed. His defense shattered and his robe disintegrated. The silver-white blade pierced through Ming Zhuchuan's body. The attacks had happened so fast that there was only a difference of a few seconds between Li Kai's death and Ming Zhuchuan's fall. "Please, I'm willing to submit to you. I'll work for you," said Ming Zhuchuan. He didn't want to die. "Forget it. Not in this life." The black saber also emanated purple energy as it slashed Ming Zhuchuan's throat. I'm a formidable disciple." The saber flashed again. This time, Jiang Hao used the second form of the heavenly blade, Mountain Suppression. Ming Zhuchuan was cut into pieces. "Even formidable disciples have just one life," said Jiang Hao. He then left with the storage treasure. Jiang Hao looked at the storage treasure. It had belonged to Li Kai. He inspected the place but found no other treasures inside. He didn't find any clue about Bai Yi either. "I wonder who he is." Ming Zhuchuan was in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Bai Yi might be even stronger. I might not be able to deal with Bai Yi right now. Jiang Hao didn't wait any longer. Before he attacked Ming Zhuchuan, he had used the daily appraisal on him. However, he had learned nothing important from him. "There are a total of 1,600 spirit stones," thought Jiang has as he looked into the storage treasure. "I paid 500, so who are these from?" Jiang Hao asked around and found out that at least 4 other people had been tricked. It was a pity that people tried to do this sort of thing. The guardians of the Spirit Herb Gardens volunteered to work in exchange for Sect resources. Speaking of which, I haven't received any resources for a long time. After taking the spirit stones and the 3,000 black pearls, Jiang Hao destroyed the storage treasure. He would have to face another investigation by the law enforcement hall later. He didn't know how serious the death of a formidable disciple was. He could only wait for Lu Xingchen to arrive. After that, he returned to his house to practice the new divine ability. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao opened his eyes and felt instantly re-energized. The power stored in the new ability really did wonders for him. This is truly amazing. He had just used the reappearance part of the new ability. The surge in power he felt was extraordinary. He almost wanted someone in the late stage of the Golden Core realm to provoke him so that he could test his new power. Jiang Hao caught himself. He couldn't afford to be reckless. The reappearance of hidden spirit ability would be his trump card. He wouldn't use it as he pleased. Divine abilities are so useful. I wonder how long it'll take me to collect purple bubbles again. Jiang Hao walked out of his house after storing his power in the hidden spirit in the middle of his forehead. The spirit beast was already waiting for him in the courtyard. "You woke up so early today," said Jiang Hao. "Master, something has happened," said the spirit beast. It sprinted up to Jiang Hao to show him its collar. "Look, it's cracked." "Then don't wear it." "No. If I don't wear it, how will others know that I'm your spirit beast?" The spirit beast was anxious. "Master, buy another one for me." If you do, I'll tell you something important. A collar would cost him more than 1,000 spirit stones. Jiang Hao sighed. It was just too pricey. However, the spirit beast was right. If he didn't get it a collar soon, others would target the beast. He had 1,900 spirit stones in total. If he spent 1,000 on a new collar, he would be left with only 900. Jiang Hao didn't even know if he could afford more tea leaves for the Demoness. Jiang Hao decided to go to the market next time and decide there. He appraised the black pearls. Bai Yi again. Jiang Hao was curious about what realm the person belonged to. He was definitely someone knowledgeable if he could develop such devices. Jiang Hao wondered if he would get in trouble for taking so many nutrient pearls. It was better to advance to the next stage as soon as possible. Jiang Hao walked out of the courtyard to head to the Spirit Herb Garden and ran into Luixingchen. He was followed by 2 other law enforcement hall disciples. All 3 looked very solemn. Jiang Hao felt uneasy. He thought there would be at least a few days before they sought him out. Junior brother Jiang, we meet again. Luixingchen looked very serious. Senior brother Lu, hello. What brings you here? Asked Jiang Hao. There was an accident. We are searching for a murderer. We need to observe the people related to the victims for a few days, said Luixingchen. Jiang Hao realized that the death of a formidable disciple in the Golden Core realm was a big deal. And this victim is somehow related to me? Asked Jiang Hao. Yes. Remotely, I should say, said Luixingchen. You need to come with us. Before we go, could we take a look inside your house? It's part of the process. I hope you don't mind. Of course, said Jiang Hao. Luixingchen turned to the other 2 people behind him. Go in and search. Please be considerate. Don't damage his things. Luixingchen didn't follow them inside. He stood near Jiang Hao. Is there anything significant in your storage treasure, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Hao's heart sank, but he didn't dare show any emotion on his face. He remained calm. Nothing much. A few talismans, medicinal pills, and some spirit stones. That's good, said Luixingchen casually. If you venture to any places which are guarded, they will check your storage treasure. I'm just informing you. Jiang Hao was shocked. Things had indeed turned very serious. Chapter 85. Chapter 85. Should I ask that woman for help? Chapter 85. Should I ask that woman for help? Luixingchen's words shocked Jiang Hao. There were 3,000 nutrient pearls inside his storage treasure. If his storage treasure was investigated, Jiang Hao would surely be exposed for Zhuchuan's death. Jiang Hao was relieved that Luixingchen wasn't in a hurry to check it now. He felt that he was doomed, but he maintained his cool. I have to find a way to hide the storage treasure away, thought Jiang Hao. When the people from the law enforcement hall were done with their search, Jiang Hao followed them outside. It wasn't like he had a choice to refuse. We are heading to the place where the law enforcement hall conducts its investigation. The investigation might last for 7 days. I'll have to trouble you for that duration, junior brother Jiang, said Luixingchen politely. Of course, it's no problem at all, said Jiang Hao. Which disciple was killed? A disciple from the 100 Bones Forest, said Luixingchen. Junior brother Jiang, do you have any sort of beef with Li Kai? We had a little disagreement with matters related to the Spirit Herb Garden, said Jiang Hao. Luixingchen nodded. 4 other guardians of the other Spirit Herb Gardens have been taken along to the law enforcement hall too, he said. We had to round up everyone who had contact with the 100 Bones Forest disciples in the recent days for questioning. Senior brother Li is an inner sect disciple, right? Asked Jiang Hao. It's hard to say. The law enforcement hall is taking over the investigation for this, said Luixingchen. I don't have the qualifications to head the investigations related to formidable disciples. Otherwise, I would have been able to tell you more about it. Jiang Hao nodded. What is the general process when it comes to such investigations? Well, first, the people connected to the case are all rounded up for questioning. They are observed for a while. This lasts for about 2 days at most, said Lu Xingqian. Then, the investigation officially begins depending on the clues collected. That might last about 3 days. The last 2 days are set aside for the outcome. Normally, it doesn't take that long, said Lu Xingqian. The 7-day duration is to make sure the investigation is unbiased, and the 12 branches are informed about the developments. Jiang Hao had many questions. He wanted to ask what would happen if someone vouched for him. Would the sect let him go? The murderer would be thrown into the lawless tower as punishment. His realms would be eaten away. Perhaps he could still mine and collect bubbles and try to find some way to bypass the lawless tower. The mine is destroyed. It still hasn't been renovated. Maybe I can find work somewhere else as a laborer. Jiang Hao's heart sank. It was over for him. I wonder if the reappearance of hidden spirit ability would be enough to fight against the lawless tower. No. If I'm caught, nothing can save me unless my master protects me. That's unlikely. Internally, Jiang Hao was in turmoil. Outwardly, he seemed fine. According to Lu Xingqian, it was unlikely for the law enforcement hall to ask for his storage treasure for at least 2 days. As long as Jiang Hao could find a secluded place to hide the nutrient pearls, he would be fine. Who should I ask for help? He looked at Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao didn't think he could help. Besides, he couldn't confess. He would be taking a risk without knowing whether Lu Xingqian would help him for sure. It was too dangerous. Who else? That woman? Maybe he could ask her to visit him on the pretext that she needed to take her flower away. Compared to Lu Xingqian, Jiang Hao trusted her more. There have been multiple murders in the sect, but this time, it's a formidable disciple who ended up dead. So many things are involved. The law enforcement hall cannot let it slide because that would mean that the killer is roaming free while we cannot do anything about it. It would ultimately shake the foundation of the sect. The law enforcement hall is taking over fully to find that murderer, said Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao hadn't realized that things would escalate to this level. So, if I'm killed someday, will the law enforcement hall do everything in its power to find the murderer? Asked Jiang Hao. Lu Xingqian laughed. Do you still remember the case that I mentioned to you before? A murderer was roaming free in the sect. He relied on his ability to hide and kill anyone that could provide a clue to his whereabouts. The sect master wanted him to be put down. Then, the law enforcement hall applied for the sect's supreme treasure, the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. They were determined to find the murderer at all costs. They eventually caught him and killed him on the spot. Lu Xingqian looked at Jiang Hao. It was from that time that the law enforcement hall tightened its rules. Those on the law enforcement hall's list, whether as a suspect or a witness, are given full protection. Of course, sometimes the rules make exceptions like Junior Sister Yun Ruo. Jiang Hao lowered his head and sighed. The iron doors closed with a loud bang. Jiang Hao was made to stay in a small room. There was a big hole in one corner of the ceiling that let in a bit of light that did nothing to brighten the room. There was nothing in the room, except a mattress. He sat down on it and observed his surroundings. With his study of the Nameless Manual, he could now detect slight fluctuations in spiritual energy around him. This was simply a detention room in the law enforcement hall. The security wasn't strong, and the room didn't have magical protections. As someone in the middle stage of the Golden Core realm, I could easily escape from here, but doing so would be equal to admitting to guilt. The sect will hunt me down, but waiting here to be proved guilty is equally dangerous. Once he was proven guilty, he would be thrown into the lawless tower. Would anyone even try to save him? Maybe Elder Baiji could help him since she was the one who had brought him the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, or maybe that woman in red. However, there was a possibility that Elder Baiji wouldn't care. By the time Hong Yue arrived, it might already be too late. Jiang Hao took a deep breath and looked up at the ceiling. Jiang Hao regretted taking the nutrient pearls. He might have been able to get away with killing a formidable disciple, but he had made a grave mistake by taking the pearls. If they searched him thoroughly, they would discover the pearls. If Jiang Hao got out of this situation, he would never make such a stupid mistake again. Jiang Hao thought about how to save himself. He could either break out of here and run, or he could ask Lu Xingchen for help by exposing himself. Either that, or he could ask that red Demoness for help. The woman in red knew a lot about him. If he could find something about her and use that as leverage to at least help him hide his storage treasure, he might be able to get away this time. But how would he contact her? He had 2 days at most. He needed to decide what to do in these 2 days. Jiang Hao stayed put in the room and waited for the days to pass. He was waiting for the final decision. In the worst-case scenario, he might have to depend on Lu Xingchen to buy him some time. The next morning, Jiang Hao was woken up by a noise in the room. He turned around to see a white shadow crawling down from the hole in the ceiling. The spirit beast's head looked down from the hole. It grinned when it saw Jiang Hao. "Master, you didn't buy me a collar." Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 86 Chapter 86 The Demoness Arrives Again. Chapter 86 The Demoness Arrives Again. Jiang Hao was surprised and delighted to see the spirit beast. He didn't know that the beast would come for him. It had gone through so much trouble just for a collar. "How did you get in?" Jiang Hao asked. Although the security was not that strict in the detention rooms, it would still be difficult for a beast in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm to sneak in without being detected. "I saw the hole in the ceiling and climbed in," said the spirit beast as it jumped and landed on the ground. "Besides, I have something that allows me to travel to places undetected." As the rabbit jumped down, it seemed to be covered in a white mist. It was visible for a fleeting moment, and then it disappeared from sight. Jiang Hao picked the beast up by the back of its neck and looked at it closely. The spirit beast crossed its hands indignantly. "How is this possible? What is it?" asked Jiang Hao. "I did say I could tell you something important if you bought me a collar, but you didn't listen." Jiang Hao hadn't expected the beast to have such an ability. The spirit beast's appearance had opened new options for Jiang Hao. Maybe there was hope yet. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal ability. The spirit beast's ability was indeed something. However, its ability was still weak. It could only bypass simple array formations and deceive those in lower cultivation realms. The beast had entered without anyone knowing, but it might not be able to leave in the same way. "Master, please get me a collar. This one has already cracked so much." Jiang Hao was silent. He placed the beast down on the floor. "I remember you asking for a storage treasure before. Tring Cho got one for me," said the spirit beast as he showed it to Jiang Hao. "It's really nice," said Jiang Hao. "Now, listen to me. Will you be discovered if you try to leave?" "Nope." Jiang Hao smiled. He transferred the nutrient pearls, spirit swords, sabers, and medicinal pills to the spirit beast's storage treasure. "Here. Take this and go out the way you came in," said Jiang Hao. "Don't let anyone near your storage treasure. I'll definitely buy you a collar when I get out of here." "Really?" The spirit beast was delighted. Jiang Hao nodded. "Yes, but only if you manage to remain undiscovered." "Bah! Leave that to me. I'm invincible," said the beast. "Hide your storage treasure somewhere secluded where no one can find it. You can retrieve it when I tell you it's safe." The spirit beast nodded readily and climbed out of the hole in the ceiling. It disappeared from sight. Jiang Hao finally calmed down. It was risky to depend on the woman in red, Lu Xingchen, or even Elder Baiji. The woman in red was his safest option out of the three, but she was unpredictable. The spirit beast was the best choice. It would never betray him, but he still worried that it would be caught by someone outside. Suddenly there was a commotion. On the right, chase after it, came a voice from outside. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat. The heaven extinction goo poison was helping him stay calm. Without it, he didn't know what he would have done. He was still too young and immature. No matter how much he tried to be careful, he always got into unnecessary trouble. Jiang Hao sighed. The most important thing right now was to find an opening for himself to be free from this place. The commotion outside died down. Jiang Hao waited. If the spirit beast was caught, it would be over for him. Sure enough, there was a knock on the door. Junior brother Jiang, your actions have been exposed, but I can still save you. It was an unfamiliar voice. Jiang Hao wanted to believe that someone was willing to help him, but he wasn't that now. I don't understand what you are trying to say, said Jiang Hao. You know what I mean. You only have one chance. Do you want to seize it? Jiang Hao realized that the person outside might be someone sent by the law enforcement hall to lull him into a sense of security so he would confess everything. That unfamiliar person didn't even mention the spirit beast, which meant the beast might have already escaped. Jiang Hao remained silent. The person outside sighed in frustration and left while muttering something. Jiang Hao waited. There was no sound in the darkness. He didn't hear anyone outside. The next day, when he opened his eyes, he saw a figure in red sitting beside him. It was the woman in red. She was looking up at the hole in the ceiling. When she saw him wake up, she turned to face him. It seems you like small and confined spaces. First the mine and now this. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He bowed awkwardly. Senior, greetings. He didn't know how she got here, but he knew by now that she could do anything. Hong Yuya waved her hand. A table, 2 chairs, and a teapot with hot water appeared in an instant. She sat down on the chair. Do you have any tea on you? Yes. Jiang Hao always carried the red azure tea that he had bought. He got up and hurriedly made some tea. If the spirit beast hadn't appeared yesterday, she'd have been his saving grace. Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Was the Demoness waiting for me to ask her for help? Chapter 87. Was the Demoness waiting for me to ask her for help? After brewing the tea, Jiang Hao stood at the side. The room was small and quiet. He was worried that the door might open, and someone might find her here. How long are you going to be here? Hong Yuya asked as she sipped her tea. Maybe 4 or 5 more days, said Jiang Hao. She made it sound as though he had come here willingly. He didn't want to stay here at all. If the spirit beast wasn't caught, he would be allowed to leave in 4 or 5 days. The whole investigation only took 7 days. If there were no evidence against him, he would be released. I thought you liked small and dark places, said Hong Yuya. Senior, you misunderstood. This place doesn't compare to my house, said Jiang Hao. Hearing this, Hong Yuya became interested and asked, Then how does your residence compare to the mine? I meant I like my house. I was in the mine to help out another senior, said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuya looked at him with a faint smile, but Jiang Hao remained calm. He did not believe that this woman could see through his thoughts. After Hong Yuya poured herself another cup of tea, she said calmly, Use the divine ability that you used on me last time. The daily appraisal? Jiang Hao was a little hesitant since he might have to face interrogation later, and he wanted to save his ability for that time, but he had no choice. He lowered his energy consumption as much as possible. Senior, I used it. Hong Yuya was just raising her teacup to her lips. Her hands stopped. She looked at Jiang Hao. He just stared at her without blinking. A few moments later, he was slammed against the wall by a terrifying force. He stood up in pain. Thankfully, he wasn't injured. "It is no wonder you only get along with that beast," said Hongyue. "You're full of lies." Jiang Hao didn't dare to say anything and just stood there quietly. "I'll give you another chance to use that divine ability," said Hongyue. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He had no other choice. He did activate his ability this time. The information given by his ability hadn't changed. He could only see her name followed by a bunch of question marks. "I used it," he said truthfully. This time, Hongyue didn't say anything, but instead sat quietly and drank her tea. Jiang Hao couldn't understand this woman. She was a woman of few words. This was the longest she had stayed with him. Jiang Hao made more tea and served her. Hongyue only stood up when the sun began to set, and everything around Jiang Hao disappeared. The chairs, table, and teapot were all gone as though they had never been there in the first place. "Next time I visit you, I don't want to see you here." She didn't say what would happen if she found him here next time, but the implication was clear. The air turned so cold and oppressive that Jiang Hao had a hard time breathing. "I understand," said Jiang Hao. She just looked at Jiang Hao, and when she saw that he didn't say anything else, she turned around and left. There was a red shadow that disappeared after a while. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. She was finally gone. However, it was strange that she had stayed here for so long this time. She even paused for a while when she looked at him right at the end. Was she waiting for me to ask her for help? Jiang Hao didn't feel that the woman in front of him was particularly kind, but the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was in his courtyard. She had given it to him to raise it. That was proof enough that he was of some value to her. She would help him if he asked. Whether it was this woman, Lu Xingchen, or any others, they would help him for a price. In the absence of the beast, he would have chosen this woman to help him. If he had known she would come, he might not have asked the beast to take the storage treasure. Now, there was nothing to do but wait. At night, the door of the small black room opened, and Jiang Hao was brought out. He found himself in a slightly dark room with 3 people sitting across from him, 2 men and a woman. In the middle sat a bearded man. "Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts," he said. "Yes." Jiang Hao nodded. "Sit down. I have something to ask you." Jiang Hao sat down calmly. "You are much calmer than the others, I'll grant you that," said the woman on the left. Although he couldn't see their faces, they didn't sound young. The one on the right sounded younger than the other 2. "I'm the Law Enforcement Hall's Deacon Elder, Fan Lu. I'm also the person in charge of this matter. I hope you'll cooperate and tell us everything you know," said Fan Lu solemnly. Jiang Hao nodded. "Of course. We have reason to believe Li Kai came to look for you." "Why?" "There was a problem with the bone flowers that they planted in the spirit herb garden." "How did that go?" "He made me pay 500 spirit stones." "Did you hate him for it?" "I didn't really hate him, but I was a little frustrated." "What were you doing when Li Kai died?" Jiang Hao wanted to say he was cultivating in his room, but he didn't. It had been nighttime when he had killed them. "When did he die exactly?" "Doesn't matter. Did you deliberately throw out the bone flowers so that they would wither away?" "When Lu Chen died, he left behind some clues relating to the Cliff of Brother Hearts. Do you think that relates to you?" "That is," Jiang Hao was taken aback. "Just answer yes or no," said the woman. "How many spirit stones are there in Li Kai's storage pouch?" "I don't know." "When Ching Chou found out that there was a problem with the bone flowers, did he look worried or angry?" "Worried." "When Li Kai died, did he look happy or depressed?" "I don't know that." "Did Ming Zhuchuan bring a storage magic treasure with him?" Jiang Hao was confused. "I don't even know what to say to that." "I don't know." At this moment, Jiang Hao felt puzzled. The questions had no logic to them. These people just asked random questions to confuse him. He felt as though something was trying to affect his mind, similar to senior sister Yun Rua's bewitching technique. In the wee hours of the morning, the questioning stopped. T wanted to check his storage treasure. He handed it over. They rummaged through it and returned it to him. All right. You can go back to your house in 2 days. Until then, we might have to trouble you again. Jiang Hao nodded and walked out. The 3 people inside looked at each other. He was by far the best, said Fan Lu. He was calm even under my bewitching spell. I don't know how he did it, said Yen Mei. I didn't find anything special in the storage treasure either. He is from among the top 10 disciples of the sect. We can't detain him for too long without evidence. If we find nothing else tonight, we'll have to let him go. Yen Mei nodded. I can't shake off my suspicion, though. He is in the top 10 because Manlong threw him under the bus. The Blackheaven sect and the Wind Lightning sect are both watching. Whoever has the merit will attract their attention. It won't be long before someone comes after him. At that time, even Ku Wu might not be able to protect him. The aftermath will be tragic, said Fan Lu. Then I'll have to trouble you two for the rest. I'll go and report to the master, said Bai Yi, the youngest person of the trio. Fan Lu and Yen Mei stood up and bowed to him as he left. Chapter 88 Possessed by the True Dragon's Remnant Soul. Chapter 88 Possessed by the True Dragon's Remnant Soul. At night, Jiang Hao rested in the small black room with his eyes closed. In his sleep, he saw the path that Li Kai had taken and even saw Li Kai himself. Jiang Hao followed Li Kai subconsciously until a purple light flashed, bringing him back to his senses. Jiang Hao was still asleep, but was aware that someone had cast a spell on him. This sudden realization made Jiang Hao break out in a cold sweat. If he had not cultivated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, he might have killed Li Kai and Ming's Wichyuan in his dream, as he had done in reality. Jiang Hao looked at the forest and turned to leave. He wanted to follow Li Kai, but he didn't dare. However, just as he turned to leave, Li Kai suddenly attacked. Jiang Hao subconsciously defended himself. He even asked Li Kai why he was attacking him, but Li Kai didn't respond. In the end, Jiang Hao was heavily injured. He fell to the ground. Li Kai's bone sword flashed and slashed down. Jiang Hao's eyes flew open. He looked around the dark room uneasily. He felt that something had locked onto him. It should be the work of some expert. Jiang Hao sighed. The consequence for killing a formidable disciple was indeed severe. Next time, he would lure them outside. It was no wonder that many people in the Heavenly Joy Pavilion restrained themselves even if they hated him. Jiang Hao wasn't a formidable disciple, but his name was on the law enforcement hall's list. They did not dare attack him. Who would want to risk going to the Lawless Tower anyway? Even if they made it out after a while, they would be crippled. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao stood outside the law enforcement hall, watching the sunrise. He was a little surprised. It was only the 4th day and he had been released. In other words, the beast hadn't been caught and no one had any evidence to prove him guilty. Congratulations, junior brother Jiang, said Lu Xingqian. You are the only one who was released so early. Didn't you say it would take 7 days? It's because you have made great contributions to the sect, so they can't hold you for long. It must be stressful just having your name on the suspect list, let alone being locked up for days. Lu Xingqian walked with Jiang Hao. Moreover, the Cliff of Broken Hearts won't just sit around and watch without doing anything. Your recent contributions have made you valuable to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Even the law enforcement hall can't take that away. As long as you are proven innocent, they cannot detain you for long. The others will have to stay put for another 3 or 4 days. Jiang Hao was surprised. The system was indeed fair. Junior brother Jiang, you look surprised, said Lu Xingqian. Although we are called the demonic sect, we do have a proper system in place. If someone kills the disciples, it reflects badly on the sect. The law enforcement hall is just. They will do anything to find the murderer. If they can't find them on time, the law enforcement hall will keep a close eye on everything. They might even summon the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror for help. Lu Xingqian looked at Jiang Hao. However, don't think that the sect is a safe place even with rules in place. If it's just injuries, the law enforcement hall wouldn't care. The decisions are all left to the 12 branches. The law enforcement hall only intervenes if things get serious. Jiang Hao understood. You better be careful of the 100 Bones Forest, said Lu Xingqian. That puzzled Jiang Hao. Why? Lu Xingqian laughed. Do you think you're inconspicuous? Your name had appeared so many times in the suspect list. You are associated with so many traitors. Everyone knows about you. Recently, you had a disagreement with Li Kai, and now he is dead. The person Li Kai followed might not be simple. He might target you in the future. Jiang Hao was shocked. He hadn't realized that he was so famous in the sect. He needed to keep a low profile. As for the 100 Bones Forest, Jiang Hao felt that he would be safe as long as he stayed in the Cliff of Broken Hearts. If you want to have a better life in this sect, you need to become a true disciple, said Lu Xingqian. If you become a true disciple, the 100 Bones Forest can't touch you. But then there will be no more restrictions on me to venture out, said Jiang Hao. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion would always find a way to do something to him outside the sect. Right now, the law enforcement hall was like an impassable wall. If he didn't have the protection of that wall, the Cliff of Broken Hearts couldn't shield him, no matter how much they tried. There were also the Sunset Immortal sect, the Blackheaven sect, and the Heavenly Saints sect at his back. How could he survive if they all came at him? Maybe become a true disciple first and then get on the list again, said Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao thought that that was a good idea, but it wouldn't be easy. The first step was to withdraw from the list, which was not too difficult. Next, he would apply to become a true disciple. He had about a 70% chance of success. Then, he would need to get on the list again, which would be very difficult. So, I can somehow make it to the list later? Asked Jiang Hao. Not very easily. Unless you're connected in some way to a traitor, said Lu Xingqian. Even then, the law enforcement hall won't put you on the list without enough evidence. Your status will be too high. They will only do that if the matter is too big to ignore. Jiang Hao was speechless. It was too risky. He suspected that Lu Xingqian was implicitly trying to make him find some traitor that he needed to catch. Jiang Hao hesitated. He then used his daily appraisal ability on Lu Xingqian. There weren't many changes from when he had appraised Lu Xingqian the last time, except for the last line. Lu Xingqian is possessed by the true dragon's remnant soul. Jiang Hao was a little worried. So far, Lu Xingqian had been nothing but helpful to him in every way. Once the true dragon's remnant soul took over his body, the old Lu Xingqian would be lost to him. Should I tell him? Jiang Hao didn't know how to tell him. He would want to know how Jiang Hao had found out about it. There was no easy way to inform Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao decided to pay close attention to Lu Xingqian. After a while, they parted ways and Jiang Hao headed to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao went to meet his master and then returned to his house. The spirit beast was lying beside the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It stared at it intently, as though it wanted to do something to the flower. It looked around and saw Jiang Hao. The beast jumped back in surprise. "Master, you're back." Chapter 89 Returning the Favor. Chapter 89 Returning the Favor. Jiang Hao silently observed the spirit beast, taking note of its collar. He also saw that the beast didn't have a storage treasure on its body. He did not ask about it and instead proceeded to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Within a few days, the immortal peach tree had shown some growth. Jiang Hao was pleased with its progress. "I'll buy you a collar within a month. We'll talk about everything else after a month, alright?" said Jiang Hao. He then headed to the spirit herb garden. The beast pointed at its collar. But it had cricked a lot. "Why don't you help me fix it, master?" "You can fix it yourself." After that, he went to the spirit herb garden. Chingcho was very happy to see Jiang Hao. The others also seemed relieved. The others were not easy to talk to, except for Han Ming, who he found easier to interact with. The only thing he had to remember was that he had to be respectful to Han Ming. As long as he stroked his ego, Han Ming wouldn't cause any trouble. Il asked around and found out that there was a similar incident with the bone flowers a few years ago. The 100-bone forest threatened a senior. "He disappeared," said Chingcho. "The same thing happened 10 years ago as well." Jiang Hao frowned. The incident seemed to happen every few years. The deaths of Li Kai and Ming's Wichyuan couldn't stop the matter. The real mastermind was Bai Yi. Jiang Hao still didn't know who Bai Yi was. According to Lu Xingqian, the mastermind might target him. He needed to find out who Bai Yi was. "I have to become stronger as soon as possible." Jiang Hao looked at Chingcho. "What level are you at, junior brother Ching?" "I'm still in the 8th level of the lifeblood refinement realm," said Chingcho in embarrassment. "He's already in his 30s. Jiang Hao was in his 20s and was already at the golden core realm. He was called a senior because of his status as an inner sect disciple. As a true disciple, he would have had to call Han Ming senior brother, if he had lost to him in the previous fight. "What cultivation technique do you use?" Jiang Hao asked again. "100 revolutions of heavenly note," Chingcho said truthfully. The 100 revolutions of Heavenly Note was a high-grade cultivation technique that everyone in the Heavenly Note sect could get access to. The Heavenly Note sect didn't have 12 main branches before. It was said that the sect master destroyed each sect before turning them into subsects of the main sect. The people from the Heavenly Note sect were all from different lineages. The most important people formed the Law Enforcement Hall and lived on the Law Enforcement Peak. The 100 revolutions of Heavenly Note became a cultivation technique that was available to all. Jiang Hao decided to give some pointers to Chingcho to improve his cultivation. Although his comprehension of the 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note was not deep, he was in the Golden Core realm. He could guide someone in the Chingcho was ecstatic to hear that Jiang Hao would help him out. To him, this was an opportunity of a lifetime. A month passed, and Jiang Hao was not called to the Law Enforcement Hall. He didn't see any suspicious activity in the vicinity either. Bai Yi didn't appear either. The matter of 100 Bones Forest seemed to be slowly coming to an end. The people from the other spirit herb gardens were also released. The matter wasn't a small one, but it didn't cause an uproar either. Jiang Hao waited another month. 2 months had passed since Li Kai and Ming Zhuochuan's death. After making sure that everything had died down, he told the spirit beast to go and get its storage treasure from where it had hidden it before. "Master, can I buy a collar now?" The beast handed the storage treasure to Jiang Hao. "Where did you hide this?" asked Jiang Hao after making sure nothing was lacking. "In a turtle. The turtle is so old that it doesn't even move from its place. I hid it in its shell." Jiang Hao was impressed. The spirit beast was smart. "I'll buy you a new collar tomorrow." The spirit beast looked euphoric. It had waited a long time for a collar. Jiang Hao returned to his room and checked his interface. "It's more than half. If I cultivate, I have a high chance of breaking through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. It feels a bit wasteful if it doesn't work." Jiang Hao had waited for the 100 Bones Forest to make a move after Ming Zhuochuan, but they had been too quiet. "Forget it. I'll just do it. I have been refining my cultivation for the past month. I feel that I can advance to the late stage. At night, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged on the ground and began to extract his blood essence for cultivation. This time, the power surged within his body right from the beginning. The Hong Meng Heart Sutra began to circulate, and Jiang Hao's entire body was covered in purple spiritual energy. The purple energy floated around him like a vortex. Jiang Hao felt the surging power in his body. He felt it trying to break through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. However, it wasn't easy. His attributes kept dropping. He didn't dare lose his focus. The next morning, Jiang Hao's furrowed brows relaxed, and the purple energy gathered in his meridians. When all that subsided, a new power began to flow. A powerful aura spread around him. He had broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and sighed in relief. That was close. I almost failed. He looked at his interface and was a little shocked. I exhausted everything and barely advanced. I'm still unable to refine my cultivation, thought Jiang Hao. The rate is too low to refine everything. It would be safer to wait till it reached 100. Reaching the late stage of the Golden Core realm was a joyous occasion. Jiang Hao felt that he could even fight head-on with senior brother Mu Qi with this new power. Jiang Hao was also paying attention to Lu Xingchen. He had met and observed him for the past 2 months. There were no changes for now. He didn't even know why or how Lu Xingchen was targeted. When he went out to his courtyard, the spirit beast was already waiting for him. You can go to the spirit herb garden. I'll head there soon, said Jiang Hao. The spirit beast nodded. Master, be quick. Don't delay too much. Buy me a nice collar. Then the beast ran to the garden. It seemed to think that it would get a better collar if it rushed to the spirit herb garden and did its work. Chapter 90 Chapter 90 Can't afford to please the Demoness. Chapter 90 Can't afford to please the Demoness. Jiang Hao observed his courtyard. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower was a little taller than before. Aside from that, there were no other changes. The immortal peach tree already reached his knee in just 2 months. Perhaps next year it would bear fruit. It was growing unexpectedly fast. Fortunately, the heavenly fragrance Dao flower hadn't matured very quickly. As long as the flower was here, Jiang Hao was considered valuable. The woman in red, Elder Baiji, and Lu Xingchen all had their eyes on the flower. So, in a way, Jiang Hao had their protection. He had done his best to appraise the people who passed by in recent months, but he hadn't found anyone suspicious. Jiang Hao headed to the market. He had avoided the market to keep away from the disciples of the 100 Bones Forest. The first thing he did while in the market was to buy a nice gold collar. The spirit wanted its collar to be eye-catching. He wanted to return the favor because it had helped him. It cost him 965 spirit stones. He asked the prices for collars that could be used on beasts at the late stage and peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm. The price was 1,500 spirit stones and 2,000 spirit stones, respectively. As for the Golden Core realm, he couldn't bring himself to ask. The price would certainly be exorbitant. Next time, I'll just save a lot of spirit stones and buy a collar that is suitable for a beast at the Golden Core realm. That way, I don't have to buy it again and again. After that, he went to buy some tea leaves. He bought the same tea he had bought before, the red azure tea. It cost him 150 spirit stones this time. He spent 750 spirit stones on the tea. He only had 300 spirit stones left. What he earned was barely enough to sustain the spirit beast and the Demoness. She only appeared once a month at most. How could it be so expensive to keep her happy? Jiang Hao sighed. She's been asking for tea all this time. I hope she doesn't ask for refreshments too. After that, he set up a stall to sell some talismans. He did not have many talismans, so he only earned about 400 spirit stones. With those spirit stones, he bought a stack of talisman-making materials. He bought talisman pens and beast blood for about 500 spirit stones. Now he had only 200 spirit stones left. Fortunately, everything was going smoothly. He didn't meet anyone from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion or the 100 Bones Forest. Perhaps they were waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Only those who weren't very strong made trouble. Others waited and planned something big. Jiang Hao didn't think anyone in the 100 Bones Forest would think he killed Ming's Wuchuan. Most people looked down on him anyway. Everyone believed that Jiang Hao had only made it to the top 10 because Manlong had chosen him to take the fall. Otherwise, he was someone in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm who wasn't worth much. Jiang Hao had heard many people whispering about him. He just ignored them all. However, he was worried that the Blackheaven sect would actually come looking for trouble. If the sect really pushed him out because of that, he couldn't bear thinking about it. He needed to become stronger. I either have to find something unique to plant or find a new mine to get some bubbles. When he returned to the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw the spirit beasts waiting eagerly for him. He threw the collar at it. The beast jumped and caught the collar. Then, it placed it around its neck. "Master, do I look like a big demon?" asked the beast, twirling around to check out its new collar. "Not really," said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao walked to check on the herbs and absorbed the bubbles. After absorbing the bubbles, Jiang Hao began to clean up. When Annie was tending to a specific herb that needed to be handled in a very tricky way, he felt impatient. He was surprised at himself. Jiang Hao had never felt like this before. He used to enjoy tending to the herbs. He had advanced from the 9th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm to the late stage of the Golden Core realm in less than 2 years. In 2 years, he had accomplished something that would have taken others so many years to achieve. It was inevitable for him to be a little proud. He was able to catch himself whenever he got arrogant, mostly thanks to the Heaven Extinction Goo poison. Without it, Jiang Hao thought that his arrogance would have already killed him. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. "I need to be more careful." Jiang Hao thought about the future. In another 2 years, he might be able to advance to the primordial spirit realm. After that, it might take 10 more years to cultivate his spirit. In 30 years, he could advance to return to Void Realm. Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. He was just daydreaming. The most important thing was to stay alive. For that, he needed to practice restraint and discipline. He tended to the herbs to calm himself. After returning to his house, he started to make talismans late into the night. This time, he took his time. He only drew one line of the character. He wanted to practice patience and get rid of his reckless thoughts. Undoubtedly, the talisman he was making failed. He then began to refine his cultivation. Days passed by, and Jiang Hao followed his routine. He didn't leave the Cliff of Broken Hearts during this time. Jiang Hao spent most of his time in the Spirit Herb Garden, tended to the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, and refined his cultivation. He also drew talisman after talisman. He followed this routine every day. Autumn passed and winter arrived. It snowed for a while. Soon, the winter passed, and spring was marked by green saplings pushing their heads through the dirt. Half a year passed in this way. During this time, the immortal peach tree continued to grow. It was already 2 meters tall. Jiang Hao noticed that he had a better grip on his impatience and recklessness now. He no longer felt the need to hurry things up. A beam of light appeared on Jiang Hao's desk. He had drawn an ordinary heart-cleansing talisman. It had taken him half a night, and he hadn't failed this time. Fortunately, no one had approached him to cause trouble in half a year. He hadn't found anything about Bai Yi yet. He also hadn't met Lu Xingchen for a few months and didn't know what was going on. The next day, Jiang Hao followed the same routine and refined his cultivation. He had used up all the talisman-making materials and hadn't earned any spirit stones yet. Now it was time to get back into the world and earn some spirit stones. When he walked out of his house, he saw Lu Xingqian walking toward him. There was something wrong with his aura. Chapter 91 Chapter 91 True Dragon's Remnant Soul. Chapter 91 True Dragon's Remnant Soul. For half a year, Jiang Hao had stayed in the Cliff of Broken Hearts and didn't step out, but he still kept an eye on Lu Xingqian. However, neither Lu Xingqian nor the Demoness had come to visit Jiang Hao at that time. He had used that time to cultivate and practice mindfulness. Jiang Hao had constantly worried that something might happen to Lu Xingqian. Even then, he couldn't warn him. Now that Lu Xingqian was making his way to Jiang Hao's house, he noticed that something was terribly wrong. Jiang Hao had spent much of his time studying the Nameless manual. He sensed that something was wrong with Lu Xingqian's aura. Perhaps it was dragon energy. Has he already been completely possessed? Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal ability. Jiang Hao was speechless. Was he just hallucinating? How could Lu Xingqian be so bored that he would let something possess him to just have a good show? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He really couldn't understand the different types of disciples in this sect. He had seen just one other person who was like Lu Xingqian. Fortunately, Lu Xingqian was not a threat to him for the time being. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would really be worried. The appraisal made him realize that his previous worries were unnecessary. Jiang Hao only needed to worry about himself now. Half a year had passed since the death. If there was anyone coming after him, they should have made a move by now. There was no reaction from the Heavenly Saint sect either. Jiang Hao didn't know if they had given up or if Senior Sister Ming Yi had dealt with it. It's been a while since I last met you, Junior Brother Jiang, said Lu Xingqian with a smile. Senior Brother Lu, how have you been? Said Jiang Hao. They headed to the Spirit Herb Garden together. The spirit beast walked ahead of them. It stopped to catch some fish in the stream from time to time. Junior Brother Jiang, your beast is extraordinary, said Lu Xingqian. It is rare to see a beast in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm possessing such intelligence. Usually beasts in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm weren't very smart. It was indeed rare for a beast to have such a high level of intelligence so early in cultivation. Jiang Hao sighed. It might catch some unnecessary attention. You have lived quite peacefully these past few months. The matter with Azure Mountain and other things has long passed. It might not be long when the Blackheaven sect would appear to negotiate terms to take their captives back, said Lu Xingqian. Have you heard anything about it? Jiang Hao shook his head. I haven't heard anyone mention it. However, he knew that this would have a huge impact on him. He had gotten tangled with Xianyuan Tai without meaning to. Then, Junior Brother Jiang, please be careful and remain on your guard. The Blackheaven sect, the Wind Lightning sect, and the Sunset Immortal sect might all send people here. I just don't understand why the Blackheaven sect would believe that I was able to capture Xianyuan Tai. I was only at the Foundation establishment realm at that time. How could they believe that? Shouldn't they be concerned about Senior Brother Manlong instead? Lu Xingqian laughed. Manlong is one of the top 10 disciples. I think the Blackheaven sect thinks it's too much trouble to target him. Jiang Hao sighed wearily. So, they are just looking for someone whom they can harass easily. This matter is actually very complicated. When the time comes, they might not really come after you, but, in any case, just stay alert, said Lu Xingqian. I'll mean it. Especially after the spirit herb incident. Is there a problem with the spirit herbs? The bone flower incident specifically, Lu Xingqian looked at him. Li Kai and Ming Zhuochuan both died, and they were both connected to the mutated bone flowers. That was a huge blow to the 100 Bones forest. No one from there dares to pull something like that ever again. But that doesn't mean everything is solved. Lu Xingqian paused. Have you heard of someone called Bai Yi? Bai Yi. Jiang Hao shook his head. Never heard of him. Lu Xingqian nodded. That's normal. Bai Yi is a very reclusive person. Even I rarely hear about him these days. However, it's not safe for him to remember you. Lu Xingqian looked worried. He is very talented, especially when it comes to spirit herbs and spiritual medicine. People fall into his trap without them knowing about it. You think this person has his eyes on me? He knew that Bai Yi wasn't just an ordinary disciple. He could tell from the nutrient pearls he had found in Ming Zhuchuan's storage treasure. In the past months, Jiang Hao had carefully used those pearls to restore nutrients into the soil in the spirit herb garden. He didn't dare carry the nutrient pearls with him after being detained by the law enforcement hall. He was still worried that someone might attack him and check his storage treasure. Lu Xingqian nodded. It's possible. Just be careful. How strong is senior brother Bai Yi? Jiang Hao asked. Very strong, even stronger than me, said Lu Xingqian. Although he isn't among the top 10 disciples of the sect, his talent and his contributions are still very remarkable. Jiang Hao was silent. If he was stronger than Lu Xingqian, it meant that he was beyond the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao really couldn't afford to offend him. As someone who made his way to the top from being an outer sect disciple, Jiang Hao knew about his own capabilities. Junior brother Jiang, don't worry too much. You're associated with too many traitors, so the law enforcement hall cannot let you go yet. You're safe for now. It was such an irony that Jiang Hao was safe because of the traitors he already killed. Oh, right. You'll be assigned a mission soon, said Lu Xingqian. You do know that a chunk of the year had passed without any incident, right? Said Lu Xingqian when Jiang Hao looked surprised. It's just a simple matter, said Lu Xingqian. You have to aid in recruiting new disciples. Recruiting disciples? Jiang Hao sighed. What kind of people would choose a demonic sect? Chapter 92 An Invisible Method to Seal Cultivation. Chapter 92 An Invisible Method to Seal Cultivation. The demonic sects were different from the immortal sections. People wouldn't choose the former if they had a choice. The demonic sect was a cultivation sect where the strong devoured the weak. Jiang Hao was once sold into the Heavenly Note sect. It wasn't like he had a choice. The demonic sect was only safer when compared to the Devil's Denver. Lu Xingqian left after that. Jiang Hao walked to the spirit herb garden. Jiang Hao wanted to find out what the 100 Bones forest was up to. If Lu Xingqian had personally approached him to warn him about them, then Jiang Hao was in danger. If only all the people around me were like Lu Xingqian. Jiang Hao was reminded of the Demoness. It had been a long time since he met her. He looked at his interface. I'm already 22. It felt like he was only 21 yesterday. Hong Yuya hadn't visited for half a year now. His mind and his heart were calm, but he wanted to see her again. If she visited him, he could find out how much progress he had made regarding his impulsivity and recklessness. Without Hong Yuya, Jiang Hao was in a perpetual state of calmness. This is the first time in my life that I'm looking forward to her arrival. In the spirit herb garden, many people busied themselves with their own work. In the center stood a woman with a solemn face. She was dressed in beige clothes. Her hair was tied up in a simple bun. She was Fairy Ningxian. Jiang Hao had only met her once before. Back then, he didn't know about her cultivation realm. Now that he knew, he realized that she wasn't an ordinary disciple. She had surpassed the Golden Core realm. Greetings, Senior Sister Ning. Jiang Hao bowed to her respectfully. Greetings to you too, said Ningxian icily. The 100 Bones Forest wants to plant some spirit herbs here. I heard you have some misunderstandings with them. If anything happens this time, you can directly tell me. Please plant them in a suitable area. Ning Xian didn't think highly of Jiang Hao, nor did she look down on him. She treated him like how she would treat any other disciple. She was aware of the rumors regarding Manlong and Jiang Hao. "All right," said Jiang Hao. His face was impassive. After that, Ning Xian left without saying anything further. "Junior brother Jiang," said a woman. "I'm assigned with the 100 Bones Forest's spirit herbs this time. I'm Lian Qin." "Hello, senior sister Lian." Jiang Hao bowed. Jiang Hao could tell at a glance that Lian Qin was at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. "These spirit herbs are quite precious, so I'll need to plant them myself. However, I'll have to depend on you a little," said Lian Qin. "Later, if you find something wrong with the spirit herbs, you can come to me. I'll transplant them somewhere else." Jiang Hao nodded. "All right," she said. "We'll set up the defensive formation ourselves." Lian Qin looked to be about 30. She was very polite about everything and was vastly different from Li Kai. "If the 100 Bone Forest is really targeting me, then it won't be easy to deal with them. Senior sister Lian, I'll do my best to help." A few people from the 100 Bones Forest, including Lian Qin, planted some spirit herbs in one corner of the garden. Some of the herbs were familiar to Jiang Hao. Others not so much. He decided to do some research on the spirit herbs. Jiang Hao observed them, but nothing seemed amiss. In the evening, the people from the 100 Bones Forest left. Jiang Hao was puzzled. They left just like that. There was no problem with the spirit herbs, and Lian Qin had told him that she would be responsible if he found a problem with the herbs. This was too unrealistic. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Jiang Hao had no choice but to wait and watch. For the next 7 days, he spent all his time observing the spirit herbs. He also refined his cultivation and created more talismans. He needed to wait for another 3 months to advance further. Only then would he be able to comprehend the third form of the 7 forms of the Heavenly Blade. Jiang Hao observed the spirit herbs but didn't find a problem with them. Bai Yi didn't make a move either. Jiang Hao decided to refine his cultivation. He needed to go to the market to get more talisman-making materials. Right now, he only had around 200 spirit stones. Jiang Hao sighed. He was never going to get rich at this rate. When he sat down to cultivate, he felt a sharp pain. His eyes flew open in alarm. "What's this?" He checked every part of his body but found no problems. He tried to circulate his spiritual energy again and felt the same stinging pain that blocked him from progressing further. Jiang Hao used the daily appraisal ability on himself. He found nothing unusual, except for the heaven extinction goo poison. What is wrong, then? He couldn't figure it out. The only new thing that had happened in the past few days was that the people from the 100 Bones Forest had planted new spirit herbs. Lu Xingchen had told him that he would unknowingly fall into Bai Ye's trap. Was this it? The next day, Jiang Hao walked over to the spirit herbs that had been planted recently. He used the daily appraisal ability on them. Bai Yi. Jiang Hao had never heard of something like this before. It was no wonder that Bai Yi was considered dangerous. I need to find out who he is and what his cultivation realm is. Jiang Hao told Ching Chou to call Lian Qin and have her transplant the spirit herbs somewhere else. Let's see if that works. Fairy Lian Qin came over quickly. She neither refused nor refused Jiang Hao's request. She asked him where she could move the herbs to. Chapter 93 Chapter 93 Faster Than Mining. Chapter 93 Faster Than Mining. Junior brother Jiang, is there anything else? Asked Fairy Lian Qin. Jiang Hao shook his head. After a few days, Jiang Hao once again tried to cultivate in his house. However, he felt the same stinging pain that stopped him. The next day, he used the daily appraisal on the 1,000-feather flower again. The result was exactly the same as last time. He realized that no matter where the plant was moved, the effect wouldn't go away. How did he even manage something like this? Jiang Hao felt that Bai Yi was indeed crazy. He didn't look for Lianqin. It was useless to look for her anyway. She was cooperative and polite. She didn't mind moving the herbs somewhere else, but it didn't make a difference. He waited for another day. Jiang Hao tried cultivating once again. He endured the pain and used the daily appraisal while cultivating. There was new information that appeared this time. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. His problem had a solution. However, Black Lotus was not easy to find. He needed to visit the Snow Lotus Pavilion. This was also not a long-term solution. He still needed to find Bai Yi. As soon as the sun rose, Jiang Hao headed to the Snow Lotus Pavilion. The Black Lotus seed cost around 300 spirit stones. He kept a healing talisman and sold the rest of them. When he had enough spirit stones, he bought a Black Lotus seed. The next day, he used the daily appraisal ability on the seed. He wanted to know how he could speed up its growth. A bottle of spiritual liquid every day. Jiang Hao headed to the market to buy some spirit liquid. A bottle of spirit liquid cost him 30 spirit stones. He bought a total of 7 bottles. Jiang Hao was penniless once again. He sighed. The cost of raising a Black Lotus was high. 7 days later, the Black Lotus sprouted, and Jiang Hao got a blue bubble out of it. Jiang Hao had an idea. He had technically spent around 500 spirit stones for a blue bubble. If he had 50,000 spirit stones, maybe he could buy enough Black Lotuses to give him 100 bubbles. If he had 100,000 spirit stones, he could buy enough Black Lotuses to help him advance once every 7 days. This was faster than mining. It was all just wishful thinking. Where would he find 100,000 spirit stones anyway? Jiang Hao absorbed the bubble and began to cultivate. He didn't feel the stinging pain this time. He had wasted almost a month. Bai Yi was indeed terrifying. "Master, why do you have so many different types of lotuses?" asked the spirit beast. "There is a snow lotus, a blue lotus, and now a black lotus. Maybe get a white lotus next time." Jiang Hao was surprised. He had never noticed it before, but the beast was right. He didn't have many spirit herbs in his courtyard, but he had 3 types of lotus flowers. "I wonder if anything will happen if I gather all 7 types of lotus flowers in my courtyard," muttered Jiang Hao absent-mindedly. "Master, what are you saying?" "Nothing," said Jiang Hao. "Let's go to the spirit herb garden." Bai Yi had made his move. The Heavenly Joy Pavilion was still waiting for an opportunity to attack Jiang Hao. He wanted to find out about Bai Yi as soon as possible. "Master, I heard you have a mission to recruit disciples," said the spirit beast. "Can I come with you?" Jiang Hao shook his head. "No." He was mentally exhausted. He didn't even know that the mission would be announced today. It was indeed difficult to survive in the demonic sect. If it wasn't someone trying to kill him, there was someone else sealing his cultivation. How did others survive? He was already 22, and he hadn't even congratulated himself for surviving this long. Shaking his head, he headed to the spirit herb garden. He collected bubbles and tended to the spirit herb. Jiang Hao then made his way to the law enforcement hall to check the inevitable mission he was assigned. Jiang Hao was surprised. So many? Is it because Azure Mountain really took a toll on the sect and the number of disciples? Jiang Hao remembered when he was sold to the demonic sect. They wanted to recruit 100 disciples at most. There weren't many people at that time, so the sect had to search everywhere. He was fortunate enough to be accepted as an outer sect disciple at that time. Although anyone could be recruited as a disciple, It helped if they had an aptitude for cultivation. Otherwise, they were left to fend for themselves in the demonic sect by doing menial jobs, which were often life-threatening. The mission wasn't easy, but Jiang Hao didn't have to complete the mission alone. He saw 4 other people from different branches. Jing Shurjiu of the Ice Moon Valley, Xian Yue of the Thunder Fire Peak, Feng Baifei of the 100 Bones Forest, Yu Yu of the Flowing Waterfall. 2 people I already know, and 2 new ones from the 100 Bones Forest and the Flowing Waterfall. Normally, there shouldn't be a problem. Jiang Hao couldn't vouch for the 100 Bones Forest. I wonder if I can ask the disciple from the 100 Bones Forest about Bai Yi. Something like that couldn't be rushed. He was only at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, after all. Although he had accumulated cultivation points, he was far from advancing to the next stage. He looked at the mission. It was 7 days later. It seemed that this time he didn't need to prepare so much. In the last mission, they all had been given a month to prepare before going to the Devil's Denver. 7 days later, he was called by the Cliff Master to his residence. On the way, he checked his interface. He was already close. In 2 months, he could advance to the peak of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao still didn't know how strong he needed to be to match up to Bai Yi. "Master, I greet you," said Jiang Hao and bowed. "You are assigned with recruitment, right?" asked Ku Wuchang. During the recruitment process, it is important to find at least 3 talented and intelligent disciples and bring them to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Under normal circumstances, the disciples would cultivate as outer sect disciples and wouldn't belong to any of the 12 branches. When their cultivation increased, they could choose to join any of the branches. However, the recruiter could choose 3 disciples for the branch they belonged to. "Understood, Master," said Jiang Hao. "What do you want to do here, Jiang Hao?" asked Ku Wuchang. "I want to mine." Jiang Hao didn't say that out loud. Jiang Hao wondered if he could ask his master for help to remove the 100 Bones Forest's spirit herbs from the spirit herb garden. However, he did not want to alert the enemy now. When he found out who Bai Yi was and what cultivation realm he was in, Jiang Hao would make another trip to the 100 Bones Forest. Some things couldn't be rushed. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Jiang Hao is chosen to take the fall. Chapter 94. Jiang Hao is chosen to take the fall. Jiang Hao sighed with emotion as he left his master's place. The Cliff Master, Ku Wuchang, had given him 3,000 spirit stones. It seemed Mu Qi had told him that he was in need of spirit stones. Jiang Hao hesitated and then accepted them. He had never earned so many spirit stones. If he could save another 2,000 spirit stones, he could continue feeding the spirit beast. It might just awaken the beast's bloodline completely. However, that would mean Jiang Hao needed a newer and stronger collar for the spirit beast. At the foot of Law Enforcement Hall, Jiang Hao met Xian Yue and Jing Shurjiu. They smiled and greeted him. Xian Yue smiled at him but was cursing inwardly. What sin did I ever commit in my past life to carry out a mission with Jiang Hao again? However, this time there was no one from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, so there shouldn't be any problem like last time. Xian Yue was okay as long as he didn't drag her down. At the 100 Flowers Lake, Hong Yuye placed a stone tablet on the table. She seemed to be deep in thought. A figure in white approached her and bowed deeply. "Sect Master, has the heavenly fragrance Dao flower made any progress in the last 6 months?" asked Hong Yuye. "It has grown a lot taller. The speed at which it grew is remarkable," said Baiji. "Jiang Hao has been unusually quiet in the past 6 months. He seemed to be hiding and cultivating." Baiji was puzzled. Was barely above average when it came to his talent at cultivation, but he seemed very determined. "We also investigated and found out that there's nothing wrong with him. However, some things don't add up. He was the biggest suspect who was directly related to Ming Zhuochuan's death. But we found no evidence. If it wasn't him, it might have been someone under him. In my opinion, Jiang Hao doesn't seem like a traitor, but he also isn't entirely innocent. We still need to pay more attention to him. Considering that he is taking care of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, traitors are bound to approach him anyway. It is possible that he is just being dragged into the fray by others who are actually traitors. Who is the person closest to him? Hong Yuye asked. Lu Xingqian of Law Enforcement Hall. Is there a problem with him? From his behavior and past history, there seems to be no problem, said Baizhi. However, not much is known about Lu Xingqian. He was tired of being a rogue cultivator, so he joined the Heavenly Note sect. Aside from that, his origins are a mystery. Is Azure Mountain planning anything? Asked Hong Yuye as she walked to the flowers. Not after the blow they suffered last time. They are still recuperating. It's better to wipe them out by next year. No need. Just let them be for now, said Hong Yuye. What's the Blackheaven sect up to? They said they might send someone to pick the captive, said Baizhi. They want an explanation and also want to make someone pay the price for offending them. Then we wait for them to come, said Hong Yuye. Oh, she picked up a box and threw it to Baizhi. There was a wrist guard inside. Efforts need to be rewarded. Baizhi bowed and left. She knew who the wrist guard was for. Jiang Hao was suspicious, but he was also worthy of a reward. Baizhi thought that was at least how the sect master felt about him. As for Lu Xingqian, she didn't really care. Baizhi was waiting for someone of high status to approach Jiang Hao. That was the only way to catch the traitors. It was difficult to get information about the higher-ups because they were very careful. The sect master had done her part by exposing the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. It was bound to attract traitors who thought they were safe in their high positions in the sect. The appearance of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower might have alerted so many enemies from outside too. The Blackheaven sect might have a hidden purpose for coming here. Baizhi didn't know what to do, but she could at least guess the sect master Hong's opinion of Jiang Hao. Was the heavenly fragrance Dao flower something that only Jiang Hao could raise? At the Blackheaven sect, Situ Jian was sparring with another disciple. You have become better at this, said Situ Jian. Not good enough, said Huatiani as he shook his head. He left the training ground with Situ Jian. I heard that the sect will be going to the Heavenly Note sect in the near future. What do you think of it? I think it's better if the sect brings back senior brother Xianyuan without causing any problems, said Situ Jian. Huatiani laughed. You're still the same. If the elders hear this, they might think you support the enemy. The Heavenly Note sect isn't as simple as it looks. 100 years ago, a Demoness took the throne. Her methods were ruthless and decisive. We should be careful. It is said that other sects joined forces to capture her, but she disappeared. But she has been gone for 60 years. She might be dead already. I heard that the Heavenly Note sect is also looking for someone to take the fall for us. Situ Jian smiled and didn't say anything. The ones who were going to the Heavenly Note sect this time were ordinary elders, so nothing should go wrong. Situ Jian said goodbye to Huatiani and walked over to Ren Shuang. Ren Shuang talking to a middle-aged man. Tell me, when you were at the Heavenly Note sect, did anyone harass you? If anyone did something, I'll rush there and seek revenge, said Ren Tianhe. Ren Shuang touched her neck instinctively. She recalled Jiang Hao. However, she also remembered Situ Jian's warning. Ren Shuang was a little afraid of Situ Jian. She forced out a smile and shook her head. Nothing like that happened. Ren Tianhe looked at his daughter and sighed. You've grown up. After Ren Tianhe left, Situ Jian approached her. It seems that you are not as stupid as I thought you would be, junior sister Ren. Ren Shuang was flustered. Senior brother Situ, do you really think that person is very dangerous? I heard that he has been chosen by the Heavenly Note sect to take the fall. Even if he doesn't die, he'll be in danger. Who knows? Situ Jian looked into the distance. Only time will tell. Let's just wait and see what happens. Perhaps the choice that you made today will work in your favor. Chapter 95 Chapter 95 Recruitment of Disciples. Chapter 95 Recruitment of Disciples. Junior brother Jiang, your cultivation has improved a lot, said Jing Shurjiu as they waited for others to arrive. Not really. I can never hope to compete with you, senior brother Jing. In the previous mission, Jing Shurjiu found Jiang Hao calm and reserved. However, after what happened inside the Devil's Den, he didn't dare underestimate him. Junior brother Jiang, you won the competition, right? Asked Xianyue. Jiang Hao nodded. I really wanted that seed. Jing Shurjiu sighed. You are always very cautious. Xianyue felt that it was such a pity that he had won and still chose the most useless of all the rewards. If it had been the cultivation technique, she would have offered to buy it from Jiang Hao at a decent price. However, Ning Wanping had taken the cultivation technique. Xianyue obviously couldn't get it from him. Many people were surprised that Ning Wanping had gotten the cultivation technique. He was actually the last one who got to choose the reward. Jiang Hao's victory once again made Xianyue and Jing Shurjiu feel that this disciple wasn't as simple as he seemed to be. After a while, a woman with a huge sword on her back walked over to them. The sword at her back was very noticeable. She recognized Jing Shurjiu at a glance. Hello, I'm Yu from the Flowing Waterfall. I'm very sorry to have made you wait. That's all right. We just arrived. Jing Shurjiu smiled. Junior sister Yu, your sword is very eye-catching. Don't you feel tired of carrying such a huge sword? Not really. I need it for my cultivation, said Yu. Jiang Hao glanced at it. Yu looked calm and collected. She didn't seem like a person who liked to talk too much. Judging from her aura, she must be in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. A bald man walked over to them. He had rippling muscles and looked very fierce. He was Feng Baifei of the 100 Bones Forest. When Jiang Hao looked at him, Feng Baifei glared back. After the 5 people had arrived, they headed out to complete their mission. The recruitment was supposed to happen on another hill. On the way, they would have to pass through an abyss surrounded by clouds. At this moment, they were flying across the abyss. The sea of clouds made it very difficult to see things. They were on high alert. It is said that the Sect's spirit beast, the heaven-devouring giant crocodile, is kept below. Jing Shurjiu looked at the clouds. Jiang Hao had heard the same thing too, but he had never seen the beast. There were people who had visited the place, but none of them had confirmed if the rumors were actually true. I heard that someone was eaten by that crocodile. It was an accident, but the law enforcement hall was alarmed, said Yu. The 5 people increased their speed and crossed the abyss. After a while, they reached a mountain. There was a small square on top of it, but not many people were there, except a person who was at the early stage of the Foundation cultivation realm. Seniors, greetings, said Miao Xing. Miao Xing looked like he was in his 30s. It seemed that he was put to work to assist the sect because he had no hope of advancing further. Hello, junior brother Miao. Is everyone here already? Asked Jing Shurjiu. Yes. We were all waiting for your arrival, said Miao Xing. The weakest person from Jiang Hao's group was in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Miao Xing couldn't compare to them. He knew that, too. Junior brother Jiang, you have never done a recruitment, right? Asked Jing Shurjiu. I'll explain it to you. All the disciples who have entered the sect are already organized by the juniors. On the recruitment day, we just have to assess them and confirm their recruitment. The recruitment process is done in 2 ways. First, if someone has a talent for cultivation, we can directly recruit them. If the talent is not enough, then they have to go through another test that will gauge their willpower. If they do well in that, we can recruit them into the sect as disciples. If you feel that someone is suitable, you can even recruit them as an outer sect disciple for the branch you belong to. What we need to do now is to go to the foot of the mountain and see which disciples have a talent toward cultivation. As long as Tne aren't taking, you can just recruit Tnem. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. I wonder if we'll find anyone talented this year, said Feng Baifei. The others were also curious. Everyone felt excited when it came to the recruitment process. If there was anyone with outstanding talent, they could always recruit someone like that to their own branch. Jiang Hao looked down from the edge of the mountain. There were many people gathered there. We had a total of 2,656 people who signed up this time, but only 2,632 showed up today, said Miao Xing. Most of them looked very ordinary at a glance. Jiang Hao himself wasn't considered exemplary. He was only slightly above average. Let's go down and test their talent. Yu was eager. Jiang Hao felt relatively safer in this mission compared to the last. Feng Baifei occasionally glared at him but did nothing further. Everything was okay so far. He didn't think anyone would try to cause trouble during the recruitment process. This was an important mission for the sect, after all. Today, everyone put aside their grudges and did what they needed to do. They wanted to recruit the most talented to their own branch. Besides, the law enforcement hall had not found any proof of the murder. Since Jiang Hao was the biggest suspect at that time, the 100 Bones Forest just treated him as the enemy. However, they didn't have the evidence to make a move. Jiang Hao's group and Miao Xing flew down to the foot of the mountain. The people cheered. Most of them yearned to join the sect. Jiang Hao understood them. He was once in their place, and had wished he could fly magically too. However, once they joined the sect, they would understand that it would be so hard to survive, especially when powerful people kept harassing the weak. There were 2 parts to the test. First, they had to test the compatibility using a jade slip. The more compatible a person, the more spiritual energy they would absorb from the jade slip. The compatibility couldn't be faked or improved because it was something innate. The next test was the Heart Sutra. It was a test of comprehension. This test confirmed whether a person had the talent for cultivation. Jiang Hao and the others, led by Jing Shurjiu, sat at a table and waited for the people to approach them to test their compatibility. They only had about 10 jade slips, but it was enough for the whole group. A jade slip was divided into 7 sections. If 3 sections lit up, it meant that the person holding it was compatible with spiritual energy, and hence, could join as an outer sect disciple. If only 1 or 2 sections lit up, the person would have to do the comprehension test. If none of the sections lit up, they couldn't join the sect at all. Miao Xing instructed the people to form an orderly line. They were allowed to move forward in groups of 10. In the first batch, only 1 person managed to light all 3 sections. Xian Yue asked for his name and jotted it down. Jiang Hao could see the excitement and anticipation in these people's eyes. To them, it didn't matter whether it was a demonic sect or not. They just wanted to get in. Next batch, said Miao Xing. A little girl walked up to them. Jiang Hao was intrigued. Chapter 96. Chapter 96. The test was meaningless. Chapter 96. The test was meaningless. The girl was around 12 or 13 years of age. She had short hair and looked very disheveled. She looked malnourished. It was not uncommon for children to appear in groups like these. However, Jiang Hao saw more than most. The little girl's spirit was strong. Her physical strength was also remarkable. He could sense the spiritual energy between her breaths, but when she held the jade slip, nothing lit up at all. Jiang Hao knew that this wasn't an ordinary child. He was saving his daily appraisal ability in case he came across someone exemplary. If not, he would have used it on the child. Not a single person from this batch of 10 had managed to light up the jade slip. They needed at least 3 disciples to be recruited. If they couldn't find them here, they would have to search again. "No talent?" said the little girl in disappointment as she handed the jade slip back. Mia Xing was about to instruct the next 10 people to come forward when Jiang Hao stopped him. "Wait!" The others looked at him in confusion. "What's your name?" asked Jiang Hao. If the girl was talented, he would take her back and recruit her to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. If she really had no talent, then he could tell her to go back to where she had come from. The little girl pointed at herself in surprise. "Me." Jiang Hao nodded. "Li. My name is Li." "All right. Stand at the side and wait for the next test," said Jiang Hao calmly. Jing Shizhou and the others were puzzled. They couldn't understand what Jiang Hao was trying to do. Miao Xing was confused as well. However, he didn't ask anything further. Little Li stood at the side and waited. "Does Little Li have some kind of hidden talent?" Xian Yu asked. Yu looked at the little girl. "She does have strong limbs and a great constitution. However, I can't sense anything from her. If she has no talent, I guess she could always learn martial arts." Feng Baifei shook his head in disdain. They all had limited spots and wanted to recruit very talented disciples for their respective branches. The test continued. From time to time, they found some people who could make 3 sections of the jade slip light up. However, no one till now had managed to light up 4 of the 7 sections. Jiang Hao and the others weren't in a hurry. They wanted to do this process slowly to find talented disciples. If 4 sections lit up, it meant a person had average talent. 5 and above was decent. However, nobody had ever managed to light up all the sections. That was uncommon. If something like that happened, they would have to inform their respective masters. Extraordinary people like that were usually fished out from the masses and taken to the branches. After testing 100 people, a girl managed to light up all 5 sections. After her, other 2 people managed the same. When they tested 500 people, someone with a superior talent appeared. It was a sloppy little boy. Everyone remembered his name. Jiang Hao paid attention to everything. The recruiters could choose 3 people for their own branch. Naturally, they remained on their guard. The test went smoothly. They had tested around 2,000 people by now. Some were happy to have passed, and others were sad. So far, they had found 9 people who showed above-average talent. Zheng Shizhou reminded them that a recruiter couldn't choose all 3 people with high potential. This was to give all the branches a fair chance. At this moment, 3 people approached the table. 2 boys and a girl. They were from the same village. One of the boys looked strong, while the other seemed frail and weak. The girl also seemed strong. Jiang Hao glanced at the frail boy out of the 3 people. He could sense that something was different about that boy. Something hidden. The other boy and the girl held the jade slip. All 7 sections lit up for both of them. Zheng Shizhou and the others were shocked. They got up from their seats. Jiang Hao didn't want to be the odd one out, so he stood up too. The recruiters were ecstatic to find top-notch talents. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao couldn't help but stare at the frail boy. Only 3 sections of the jade slip lit up for him. He barely made it. Jiang Hao wanted to use the daily appraisal on him, but he held himself back. He wasn't in a hurry, and he could always appraise them later. Zheng Shizhou calmed himself. "You two, come here. Tell me your names." The boy and the girl walked over to him, while the frail-looking boy was left behind. He looked dejected. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. It couldn't be helped. Besides, the frail boy would survive longer in the demonic sect if he kept a low profile and stayed out of the way. People usually tried to harass weak people like him if he sought out too much attention. "I am Zhao Qingxue," said the girl. "My name is Lin Mo," said the boy. Jing Shurjiu turned to the others. "What do you all think?" "I don't think we can decide matters like these," said Xian Yue. "The 100 Bones Forest will be willing to take one of them," said Feng Baifei. "Would you indeed?" said Yi Yu. "We can't decide whether we want them or not among ourselves. They have top-notch talents. Junior sister Xian is right. We need to take them back with us and have the elders decide. Or do you think the 100 Bones Forest has the authority to choose for everyone? Do you think other branches have to sit tight and watch while you take them away? Who are you to decide who gets what anyway?" Feng Baifei said in disdain. "What do you think, junior brother Jiang?" asked Jing Shurjiu. "It's up to you, senior brother Jing," said Jiang Hao politely. No matter what they did, everyone knew that none of them had the authority to decide something like this. They could either inform their masters now or take the disciples along with them to solve the matter later in the sect. "Maybe we should just get on with it," said Jiang Hao. "There might be others equally talented among the crowd." They nodded. Jing Shurjiu told Miao Xing to keep the people coming in batches. They didn't find any top-notch talent other than the boy and the girl from before. Some were average, and others were just slightly more decent than average. Jiang Hao suddenly frowned. A young man approached them with a sweet smile. She was already in the Golden Core realm. She looked at them and smiled even more. "Should I test too?" She held the jade slip, and all 7 sections lit up. The others also knew that something was wrong. She was someone at the Golden Core realm, so the test was meaningless. Miao Xing also felt that this was strange. "Any of you from the Cliff of Broken Hearts?" asked the woman. "I am." Jiang Hao got up. "Is something the matter? I want to join your branch. I heard you each get 3 spots to recruit people to your own branch. Select me," she said rudely. "May I ask who you are?" Jiang Hao asked politely. "Miao Tinglian," said the woman and smiled. Jiang Hao was surprised. Chapter 97 Chapter 97 A Traitor This Time. Chapter 97 A Traitor This Time. Jiang Hao knew her name. When he had appraised Mu Qi, her name had flashed in the information that his ability provided. She was a saintess from the Heavenly Saints sect, with whom Mu Qi had once had an affair. Jiang Hao was worried. He was puzzled as well. If she was a traitor or a spy wanting to enter the Heavenly Note sect, why would she reveal her cultivation and approach them directly? "Your cultivation realm is very impressive. May I ask which sect you are from?" said Jiang Hao. The others were all surprised. So, there was someone this powerful among them, and they hadn't even known it. The people felt fortunate that they hadn't tried to provoke her. "Heavenly Saints sect," said Miao Tinglian honestly. "I betrayed that sect and am here to surrender myself to your sect. If you agree to take me to your master, I'll pledge allegiance right here." Jiang Hao felt a headache incoming. He really didn't want to use his daily appraisal on just anyone. Both the Heavenly Note sect and the Heavenly Saints sect were demonic sects, but that didn't mean the two got along. They were equally crazy and brutal. Jiang Hao hesitated. "Of course, nothing comes for free," said Miao Tinglian with a radiant smile. She took out a small vial. "If you agree, this is yours." Jing Shurjiu and Feng Baifei were stunned. The Heavenly Rejuvenation Pill was what they coveted the most to make it to the Golden Core realm. It was priceless. Jiang Hao stared at it. He was aware of what it was and wanted it very badly. It was usually priced at 3,000 to 10,000 spirit stones. He could sell it for even more. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal ability on Miao Tinglian. Jiang Hao was speechless. When he had appraised Mu Qi a long time back, he had been worried that Mu Qi was a traitor because of his association with Miao Tinglian. Jiang Hao had never expected that the Saintess would defect from her sect and betray them instead. Jiang Hao realized that she was not a threat for now. He pushed the vial back to her. The entrance test is tomorrow. I'm afraid you'll have to wait till then. First, I need to report to my master about your proposition. Please forgive me. Jiang Hao knew that if he accepted the pill, all responsibility would be on him. He would be blamed if anything happened. If he didn't accept the pill, then he was free from that burden. Jing Shizhou and the others looked at the pill with hungry eyes. Miao Tinglian agreed to Jiang Hao's suggestion. The test continued. After the first test, they already had more than 300 disciples, including Miao Tinglian. Technically, the mission was complete and they could head back home. However, they stayed for the second test. Miao Xing distributed the books to everyone. This was the people's last chance. Even if they failed in the talent test, they could always prove themselves in the comprehension test. However, people who failed the first test rarely managed to pass on the second. Alright. Begin reading the Heavenly Sound String, said Miao Xing. Jiang Hao's gaze was on Little Li and the frail boy. The Heavenly Sound String was the first chapter of the 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note and was used to test one's talent. Moreover, it was completely open to the public. Even other sects sometimes used the same method to test their disciples. It was said that the sect master had come up with this test. The book was also specially made with magic. If one's comprehension ability was good, the book would shine brighter. Conveniently, it was divided into 7 sections. A moment later, 2 men and a woman were selected because their books glowed the brightest. One of them even surpassed the last section. Everyone paid attention to it. Little Li still had no talent. Jiang Hao was confused. The frail youth managed to light up 3 sections again. His name was Lin Ji. I might have to appraise Little Li tomorrow, thought Jiang Hao. Lin Ji had barely managed to enter the sect, so there was no need to appraise him. However, Little Li, Jiang Hao needed to confirm whether she was just an ordinary child, or if her talent was hidden. You all are so lucky. You found 2 top-notch talents from such a small crowd, said Miao Tinglian. Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but she was right. It was rare to find 2 top-notch talents among 2,000 people. After the comprehension test, there were 30 more people added to the list. The last test was a test of perseverance. Test for compatibility, comprehension, and perseverance. Very convenient, said Miao Tinglian. She was a Golden Core Realm cultivator. There was no need for her to pass any test. If not for her complicated background, she would already be accepted as an inner sect disciple. We'll take them along with us tomorrow, said Jing Shizhou. Have them stay somewhere for today. Miao Xing nodded. He then glanced at Jiang Hao. Senior brother Jiang, do I let Little Li stay or should I let her go? The little girl didn't have any talent. She had failed both tests, so there was no reason to keep her back. Let her stay. I'll decide tomorrow, said Jiang Hao. He bid farewell to Miao Tinglian and flew back with the others. The 2 top-notch talents were also taken along to the sect. Before they left, Jiang Hao saw Zhao Qingshu and Lin Mo saying goodbye to Lin Ji. Lin Ji forced out a smile and tried to be happy for his friends. Everyone could see that the 2 top-notch talents had limitless potential and a bright future. Meanwhile, he just barely made it in. Jiang Hao hoped that Lin Ji could survive in the sect. He would need to find a way to live in the demonic sect where the strong harassed the weak. Jiang Hao's heart ached when he realized that Lin Ji might, in time, keep his distance from the 2 friends. He hoped the boy would be able to bear it. Seniors, which branch will we be accepted in? Asked Lin Mo on the way. We don't know yet, said Jing Shizhou kindly. However, with your talents, you'll be valued wherever you go. Will we get to fly like you in the future? Will we be strong like you? Asked Lin Mo. Xinyue chuckled. You'll be stronger than all of us. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. Having such a high level of talent was enviable. However, being average wasn't bad either. Our friend, can he join us too? Asked Zhao Qingxue. He can't, said Yu softly. Lin Ji, right? I observed him for a long while, but his talent and comprehension are limited. The gap between you two and him, it's insurmountable. But I think you already know that. You're friends, after all. After a while, they landed at the entrance of the law enforcement hall. The masters of the respective branches were all summoned. They briefly explained the level of talent of the two kids. It seemed every master wanted them for their own branch. Jiang Hao told his master that he had some other things to report. Ku Wuchang told him to follow him later to his residence. Jiang Hao was relieved. He needed to solve the problem of Miao Tinglian as soon as possible. Chapter 98 Chapter 98 A Dragon Who Wants to Earn a Living. Chapter 98 A Dragon Who Wants to Earn a Living. Jiang Hao had some free time, so he headed to the Spirit Herb Garden. As soon as she entered the garden, he heard the spirit beast talking with Ching Chou. 16-year-old daughters of rich families are the best. They give me fresh carrots. Ching Chou looked shocked. The spirit beast saw Jiang Hao at the gates of the garden. Master, you're back. I was just about to eat a carrot. Do you want some? Senior brother Jiang, greetings. Ching Chou bowed. Jiang Hao looked at him. Is there some problem with your cultivation? A little, said Ching Chou. He was embarrassed to ask for a solution, but he did it anyway. He asked many questions about his cultivation, and Jiang Hao answered him. You're about to advance. It's best to polish your cultivation for a few days to prevent any accidents, said Jiang Hao. Ching Chou nodded. Thank you, senior brother Jiang. Ching Chou had been in the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm for too long. He was finally about to advance to the 9th stage. If he could advance to the Foundation Establishment realm, he would be accepted as an inner sect disciple. Ching Chou wanted to stay at the Spirit Herb Garden even after that. His talent was just average. He felt that staying here with Jiang Hao would be safer than anywhere else. Jiang Hao had just finished tending to the spirit herbs when Zhou Chan approached him with a box in her hand. She told him that Elder Baiji had sent her here to give the box to him. Jiang. IF-. He looked at the transparent box and knew that the item inside was a part of the set of armor that he wore. It was a reward for taking care of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower for the past 6 months. Looks like a wrist guard. I need to appraise it first. He put that aside for the time being and headed to his master's residence. Come in, said his master as he knocked at the gate. Master, greetings. Jiang Hao bowed in respect. Ku Wuchang looked like he was in a bad mood. Jiang Hao looked around and realized that the boy and the girl with top-notch talents weren't there. The other branch might have taken them away. You said you wanted to talk to me about something, said Ku Wuchang. It's about a new disciple. Jiang Hao told him everything about Miao Tinglian. He waited for the cliff master to make a decision. Ku Wuchang frowned. Accept her. All right. Since his master had approved of Miao Tinglian, Jiang Hao had only 2 slots left now. The next morning, Jiang Hao met with the other 4 recruiters and traveled across the abyss again. Does anyone know which branch took the 2 kids? Asked Jing Shurjiu. We didn't manage to snatch either of them, said Feng Baifei in disdain. Us too, said Yu Yu. I only know that Zhao Qingxue joined the White Moon Lake, said Xnu. As for Lin Mo, I don't know. The others looked at Jiang Hao questioningly. He shook his head. I didn't hear anything either, said Jing Shurjiu. It's also likely that the law enforcement hall might take one of them. They haven't taken in disciples for a long time. The law enforcement hall didn't accept just anyone. Many disciples wanted to join it, but they were always rejected. The law enforcement hall was very strict about who they let into their branch. Everyone was extraordinarily powerful in the law enforcement hall. After a short while, the group of 5 reached the mountain. This time, they were more relaxed. More than half the work was already done. They only needed to select 3 people for their branches today. Seniors, all the selected disciples from yesterday have already gathered. Miao Xing was standing in the square with a few hundred people. Jing Shizhou and the others nodded and went ahead to pick 3 people for their branches. Miao Tinglian walked over to Jiang Hao. Any updates on my case? You can come with me to meet the Cliff Master later, said Jiang Hao truthfully. He then walked to the edge of the mountain and looked down. Many people were still climbing up the mountainside. From the crowd, only a few would be able to make it. Jiang Hao felt sorry for them. It was so difficult to become a disciple. Many of them would slip and fall. Only a few would be able to make it. Someone shouted. A man had slipped. Jiang Hao flicked his finger, and an invisible force slowed the man's fall. The man landed safely on the ground and bowed to Jiang Hao in gratitude. Just go back home, said Jiang Hao. The man looked unwilling. He got up and left. Jiang Hao didn't know if the man would try to climb the mountain again. Maybe he would. Isn't it dangerous for you to show such compassion? You're from a demonic sect after all, said Miao Tinglian. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. He bowed to her and left. He wanted to see the little girl from yesterday. Shaoli was still waiting for him. Miao Xing had told her that the recruiters were undecided about her fate. Shaoli worried about it. She couldn't go back home. She couldn't face her mother if she failed. When she saw Jiang Hao walking toward her, her face broke out into a hopeful smile. Jiang Hao used his daily appraisal on her. He was surprised that the feedback came a little slow this time. Jiang Hao was speechless. The small girl was related to the dragon race and had entered the selection process just to earn a living. She reminded him of Lu Xingqian, who had gone undercover and joined the sect out of pure boredom. Follow me, said Jiang Hao softly. Shaoli jumped in happiness. Jiang Hao felt helpless looking at her. I can provide her with food, but there aren't many people who live outside the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I hope she can fend for herself. As for her identity as a dragon, the Cliff Master would decide what to do. Jiang Hao approached Lin Ji. You should follow me too. Lin Ji was surprised to see Jiang Hao, but he felt good to be chosen. He nodded gratefully and followed Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt that choosing Miao Tinglian and the 2 kids might not attract so much attention. Chapter 99 Chapter 99 The Demoness Arrives. Chapter 99 The Demoness Arrives. Jing Shizhou and the others were surprised at Jiang Hao's choice. He had picked 2 of the worst people. One had average talent while the other had none. However, Jiang Hao had gotten Miao Tinglian, so they felt that it all balanced out. Xian Yue also found it strange. Jiang Hao always kept a low profile, but she had seen what he could do. Xian Yue and Jing Shizhou were a little afraid of Jiang Hao. Feng Baifei looked at Jiang Hao in disdain. However, he didn't say anything. Miao Tinglian had made it clear that she wanted to join the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Nobody could stop her anyway. However, taking mediocre Neonal into the branch would make it seem like the recruiters weren't doing a good job. Yu stared at Shaoli. If she had any talent at all, Yu would have gladly accepted her in the Flowing Waterfall branch. Unfortunately, Shaoli had no talent at all. It's almost time, said Jing Shizhou. Jiang Hao looked over the edge of the mountain. Some people had yet to finish their climb. There are still a few of them left. In the end, 26 people had managed to climb up the mountain. At the last moment, a young man struggled. His hands were covered in blood, and only half his body had managed to climb over. "All right, time's up," said Miao Xing. "Those who didn't manage to climb all the way up can leave." The man looked very ragged and bloody. His face fell, and he couldn't stop crying. Some of the disciples felt very sorry for him. Jiang Hao also felt sorry for him. However, one needed to be strong in body and mind to join a demonic sect. Otherwise, they would be torn apart. The competition was very cruel and brutal in demonic sections. Jiang Hao hesitated. Just then, Yu approached the man. "Do you have a family?" she asked. She was impressed by his determination. He had still managed to make it up to the top, despite getting injured on the way. If possible, she would take him back to the flowing waterfall. "Yes," said the young man. "Are you sure you want to join the sect?" asked Jiang Hao. "Why, yes." Yu stomped her feet on the ground, and the man flew to the mountain's peak. "Follow me. If you can keep up, I'll let you join the flowing waterfall. If not, I'll have someone take you away." Jiang Hao was surprised. Yu certainly wasn't as simple as he had thought. He glanced at the others, who were halfway up the mountain. "Take the rest back down," said Jiang Hao. Miao Xing nodded. Jiang Hao fumbled in his bag and handed Miao Xing a spirit sword. "Here. Take this. Thank you for being so helpful." "Thank you, Senior Brother Jiang." Spirit swords were cheap, but they were still considered important. Miao Xing put away the sword and smiled at him. After that, Jiang Hao followed the others. They made their way to the outer gates of the sect. It almost took them half a day to reach there. This was part of the process. The journey nourished spiritual energy. After completing this mandatory journey, the new disciples would be given the 100 revolutions of the Heavenly Note Manual. The Heavenly Note sect is really generous. Miao Tinglian sighed. She knew about this path, but had seen it with her own eyes today. In the evening, Jiang Hao and the others arrived at the outer gates. Ming Xiao would take care of the others from here, while Jiang Hao's group would take the selected disciples back with them to their branches. Everything had gone smoothly so far, and Jiang Hao was glad for it. However, he didn't know if taking Miao Tinglian to the Cliff of Broken Hearts might offend Mu Qi somehow. Mu Qi and Miao Tinglian had been together once, but Jiang Hao didn't know the current state of their relationship. "Please follow me," said Jiang Hao to the 3 people beside him. Shaoli nodded and followed without complaints. However, her steps were a little unsteady. Jiang Hao knew that she was hungry and exhausted. Lin Ji lowered his head in apprehension. Miao Tinglian was a little nervous too. She was about to meet someone who would decide her life and death. If she was not careful, she would end up dead, or worse. Before Jiang Hao left, he turned to look at Yu. The determined young man was still following her without protest. From today, the fate of these new disciples would be different. Some of them might reach great heights, while others might be trampled and left behind. Jiang Hao led the 3 people to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He headed to his master's residence. Jiang Hao explained everything to his master. Ku Wuchang glanced at Lin Ji and Shaoli once and ignored them. Jiang Hao couldn't tell whether his master was disappointed or glad to have new recruit. "Take those 2 with you. Help them settle down," said Ku Wuchang. Jiang Hao nodded and led the 2 kids outside. Miao Tinglian stayed back. Just as Jiang Hao walked out into the courtyard, he saw Mu Qi standing there with a worried face. When he saw Jiang Hao come out of the master's house, Mu Qi approached him. "Junior brother Jiang, are you done with the mission? Are these the new disciples?" "Yes. I'm going to show them around and help them settle down." Mu Qi nodded. "Are there only 2? Jiang Hao knew that Mu Qi wanted to ask about Miao Tinglian. "There is someone else too. Her name is Miao Tinglian. She said she defected from her sect, and has come to surrender and join our sect. The matter is something I'm not authorized to handle, so I brought her along to meet our master." Mu Qi nodded. Jiang Hao left the place with Shaoli and Lin Ji. He wasn't sure if Mu Qi would blame him for bringing Miao Tinglian with him, but it was out of his hands. It wasn't like Jiang Hao had a choice. Furthermore, the defector was of the Golden Core realm. Jiang Hao had to report her. Nonetheless, Jiang Hao knew how emotions were. A grudge was a grudge. People don't consider other people's perspectives when they are emotional. Jiang Hao took the kids to the gathering place of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. From here, they would be left to their own devices. In the sect, it's important to maintain a low profile. Speak less and do your own thing. Avoid offending people, said Jiang Hao before leaving them. The two kids nodded. Late at night, Jiang Hao returned to his house. The mission was a success. From tomorrow, he would be able to get back to his routine. After a while, he continued with his cultivation. Jiang Hao was still surprised at the lengths people went to join a demonic sect. Although they were all forced by their own circumstances, Jiang Hao's heart went out to them. The next day, sunlight filtered in through the window. Jiang Hao stepped out onto his balcony and took a deep breath. The day was beautiful. When he looked down at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower, he noticed another person standing in his courtyard. She was dressed in red. Her long hair fluttered in the gentle breeze. She raised her head slightly and looked directly at Jiang Hao. Chapter 100 Chapter 100 The Demoness did it again. Chapter 100 The Demoness did it again. It was early morning. The gentle breeze swayed her hair. Hong Yuye stared up at the balcony. Jiang Hao looked down from his balcony. It felt as though he was looking at a beautiful painting. His heart was restless again. He caught himself in time. He was a bit disappointed because he had spent half a year trying to calm his mind and become more stable. However, the moment she turned up, his heart was in turmoil. "Have you forgotten about me?" asked Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao ran down to the courtyard. "I wouldn't dare. I was just too surprised to see you here, Senior. Please forgive me." Hong Yuye's long red dress trailed behind her. There was a belt at her slender waist this time. She looked beautiful and regal, and Jiang Hao knew for a fact that she was extremely powerful. Only the heavenly fragrance Dao flower could lure her here. "What have you been doing for the past 6 months?" Hong Yuye asked. She was standing beside the flower. The spirit beast was unconscious beneath the peach tree. It looked bruised and swollen. "Taking care of your flower," said Jiang Hao. "Is that so?" Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao and smiled faintly. She looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. "The flower has grown well. The fragrance is nice too. I like it." Jiang Hao was relieved to hear that, but he was worried too. Was she here to take the flower away? He would be doomed if that happened. "Senior, I'm glad that you feel that way." Hong Yuye walked to the Immortal peach tree. The tree had grown so fast that it was even taller than her. "It might bear fruit this year," said Jiang Hao. "Will the fruit be sour or sweet?" asked Hong Yuye. "Sweet, I think," said Jiang Hao. Hong Yuye turned to look at him. "If it turns out to be sour, I'll assume you lied to me." Jiang Hao was speechless. He felt like his words always got him into trouble, no matter how careful he was. The unconscious spirit beast was an eyesore. He picked it up and placed it on its blanket in the courtyard. Hong Yuye sat down on a wooden chair. She told Jiang Hao to bring her some tea. She took out a blueprint. Upgrade the surrounding array formation to prevent the environment from changing and affecting the growth of the flower. Here is a blueprint that you can use. I just saved up enough spirit stones recently to prepare for an upgrade. Jiang Hao brought out the tea. He had never even thought about upgrading the place. The blueprints and materials were simply too expensive. "I don't see any powerful magical treasures or new techniques on you. Where did all your spirit stones go?" asked Hong Yuye as she sipped her tea. Jiang Hao was stunned at the question. He couldn't remember how his spirit stones had run out. Hong Yuye quietly sipped her tea. Jiang Hao glanced at her occasionally. She was frowning. He couldn't tell whether she was thinking about something else or if the tea tasted terrible. The tea he had bought recently was so expensive that Jiang Hao hadn't even made himself a cup to taste. I want to make a trip to a nearby town in a few days. Be prepared. Jiang Hao was shocked. Senior, what? Asked Hong Yuye. Her majestic aura surged. Are you busy? Jiang Hao felt suffocated by the powerful aura. Of course not. It'd be an honor to travel with you, Senior. Still full of lies, I see. Hong Yuye got up and walked into his house. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief and followed her. He thought she was only going to look around his living room. He didn't expect to see her making her way upstairs. Your small house seems sturdier, said Hong Yuye. I repaired it once, said Jiang Hao. Otherwise, it would have collapsed. He had appraised the house once before and learned what it needed to become stronger. It hadn't been easy, but he had repaired it properly. Hong Yuye went all the way to the balcony. She stood on the balcony and looked down at the courtyard in silence. After a while, she took a few steps back and faced Jiang Hao. Turn to me. Like this? Asked Jiang Hao as he stood before her and faced her. It felt strange, but he didn't dare refuse her. Hong Yuye nodded and stretched out her hand. She pressed her palm on Jiang Hao's chest. Jiang Hao was startled by the gesture. However, before he could say anything, he felt Hong Yuye give him a gentle push. He stumbled and fell backward. Jiang Hao tried to grab onto something, but he missed and toppled out of the balcony. He fell to the ground with a loud thud. It hurt a little. Since he was at the late stage of the Golden Core realm, a fall like this couldn't really harm him much. He got up and looked up at the balcony in confusion. Why would she do such a thing? Jiang Hao couldn't take her eyes off her at that moment. The breeze swayed her hair. Her dress ruffled in the wind. She stood on the balcony with her hands on the railings. She looked at him calmly. Their eyes met. Jiang Hao's restless heart calmed down. Jiang Hao wondered if she was reminding him that only she could look down on him, and he had somehow slighted her by doing the same. Just remember to be free on the day I come looking for you to travel. Hong Yuye stared at him. Otherwise, there will be consequences. She then in thin air. As soon as she disappeared, Jiang Hao heard the spirit beast's wails. It hurts. It hurts. The beast covered its face and shouted. Jiang Hao didn't understand why the Demoness had to beat up the poor beast whenever she visited. I don't know why she wants me to come along with her. Jiang Hao couldn't think of a reason. Besides, his name was still on the law enforcement hall's list. He needed to ask Lu Xingchen if he could travel to a nearby town. With Hong Yuye around, there wouldn't be any danger, but he was afraid that people might discover her existence. Jiang Hao sighed and put the blueprints away. He prepared to head over to the Spirit Herb Garden. As soon as he walked out of the courtyard, a talisman flew to him. It was a communication talisman. Jiang Hao checked it. It was from the Cliff Master. He frowned. The message said that Xianyuan Tai wanted to see him and had asked Jiang Hao to visit him at his prison. Why does he want to see me? Chapter 101 Chapter 101 Invitation to join the Blackheaven Sect. Chapter 101 Invitation to join the Blackheaven Sect. Jiang Hao couldn't think of a reason. He sighed and decided to go find out. It was definitely nothing good. He went to the Spirit Herb Garden to collect some bubbles. He wanted to study the wrist guard that he had been given but decided to put it off till after meeting Xianyuan Tai. Good morning, junior brother Jiang. Miao Tinglian greeted Jiang Hao in front of the Spirit Herb Garden. Jiang Hao turned around to greet her but felt that something was wrong. He frowned. Miao Tinglian noticed it. I'm at the middle stage of the Golden Core realm. Please don't tell me you want me to address you as Senior Brother Jiang, she smiled. Anyway, I feel like you are wasting your talent in the demonic sect, Junior Brother Jiang. Jiang Hao lowered his head and didn't say anything. He sensed that Miao Tinglian's cultivation wasn't at its peak. It was sealed. She could only use her cultivation till the peak stage of the Foundation establishment realm. She couldn't tap into her cultivation beyond that. Just then, Muqi arrived. Junior Brother Jiang, please ignore her. Master Ku Wuchang has instructed her to be observed for at least a year. You don't need to worry. As for addressing her as junior sister or senior sister, you can do as you want. You don't need to listen to her at all. Jiang Hao nodded. He didn't want to start any trouble. He didn't mind addressing her as Senior Sister Miao in any case. Muqi was helping Miao Tinglian to familiarize herself with the new surroundings. Jiang Hao vaguely noticed that Muqi didn't want to be too close. I'm warning you, said Muqi to Miao Tinglian. Don't start any trouble. How am I causing any trouble? Teasing a child isn't really causing trouble, is it? I just feel that Junior Brother Jiang is a decent person. Aren't you being too nosy? Just stay away from him. The ones who had a grudge against him are all dead. Jiang Hao overheard their conversation as they left. He didn't mean to, and they were very quiet. However, the knowledge he had gained from the Nameless Manual made him a bit sensitive to sound and energy fluctuations around him. The overheard conversation at least helped him realize that people doubted him even if they had no evidence against him. If there was another death, he would definitely be suspected. He had been too reckless. Even half a year of solitude hadn't done anything to clear his name. I don't know if they think there's something wrong with me, or if I'm working for someone else. The people who openly mocked him were far less dangerous than the ones who stayed behind a curtain and were wary of him. Bai Yi fell in the latter category. Bai Yi had never approached him. He hadn't even sent anyone after him. However, he had silently planted some herbs in the spirit herb garden and sealed his cultivation. He was terrifying. Jiang Hao sighed and headed inside the garden to collect the bubbles for the day. He then headed to the Lawless Tower. Xianyuan Tai was imprisoned near the Lawless Tower. There was an area near the Lawless Tower that restricted any kind of power. The place had designated cells. The captives were put there to prepare them before entering the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao arrived at the entrance. Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts? The middle-aged man repeated Jiang Hao's words back to him. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Come with me, said the man. His name was Guofeng. You might feel a little uncomfortable inside. Don't panic. Jiang Hao nodded and walked alongside the man. It was so dark that he couldn't even see where he was walking to. He only knew that he was walking downhill. After a while, he felt a strange pressure trying to squeeze him from all sides. Jiang Hao was surprised, but he didn't show it. It's the lawless ability, said Guofeng as an explanation. The captives have to go through this every day before they are taken into the Lawless Tower. After long exposure, the soul essence dries up and the cultivation realm is completely shattered. Guofeng shivered. It was as if he had gone through this firsthand. It works the other way round for the disciples. There is so much spiritual energy in this place that you can even use it to advance quickly. Unfortunately, not everyone can do that. Jiang Hao recalled a jade token that Han Ming had given him. The token helped somehow. If he wanted to advance quickly, he might just try it. We're here. You can go in, Guofeng said as he stopped in front of a brightly lit cell. He gave Jiang Hao a jade token which allowed him to pass through. Jiang Hao thanked the guard and looked at the stone door in front of him. This was the type of cell where high-level criminals were locked up. There was a sonic boom, and the stone door slowly opened. Guofeng gestured to him, and Jiang Hao walked in. The stone door then began to close behind him. Jiang Hao wondered if he could break open the stone door if the need arose. With his primordial heavenly blade, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Jiang Hao observed the cell. The cell was not a typical four-walled place. It was a karst. The path in front led to the cylindrical platform. The cylindrical platform had 4 pillars around the surface. The chains from these pillars were roped around the limbs of the prisoner. Jiang Hao sensed magical arrays everywhere. It was impossible to escape from such a place. "You're finally here." Xianyuan Tai was sitting on the floor. He looked at Jiang Hao. He was dressed in his Taoist robe. He looked tired and ragged, but his aura was still shockingly powerful. He sat there without a care for the world. "May I ask why you wanted me to visit?" asked Jiang Hao politely. Although Xianyuan Tai was a captive and an enemy of the sect, he couldn't underestimate him. "You seem to have become famous in the sect because you helped to catch me," said Xianyuan Tai with a faint smile. "I am not capable of something like that," said Jiang Hao. "It was Senior Brother Manlong who caught you." Xianyuan Tai's next words surprised him. "Do you want to join the Blackheaven sect?" Jiang Hao was surprised. Xianyuan Tai said it so casually, as though he was asking him whether he wanted to go grocery shopping. "Don't look so surprised. I'm merely interested in you. People of the Blackheaven sect are coming here soon. You might be in trouble. If you agree to join the Blackheaven sect, I can help you. Even if they take you away, I can make sure you're safe." Xianyuan Tai looked at Jiang Hao as though he was highly amused by something. "You don't have to answer me right now. My invitation stands. You can even answer after you're captured." Jiang Hao used daily appraisal on him. Chapter 102 Chapter 102 The Demoness Array Formation Effect. Chapter 102 The Demoness Array Formation Effect. Hualu. Another traitor? Jiang Hao wasn't very surprised. There were too many traitors in the sect. However, none 01 TNE spies coma compared to Liuzmknen. Eleni Otners just watched from afar, but Lu Xingchen was too reckless. He always approached Jiang Hao to talk to him. He had even helped Jiang Hao a couple of times. Jiang Hao was a little puzzled. What value did Xianyuan Tai see in him besides the flower? The last line had surprised him. Xianyuan Tai was willing to forgive him and give him benefits if he agreed to join him. What if he failed? If he failed to help Xianyuan Tai plant the flower, would he kill him? However, this gave him an option. If the Heavenly Note sect decided to use him as a scapegoat and hand him over to the Blackheaven sect, he could always choose to join them instead. He had put so much effort into advancing in this sect by keeping a low profile. He didn't want to start from scratch. If possible, it was better to find a way to stay here in the sect. Jiang Hao was about to refuse his offer when Xianyuan Tai stopped him. "You don't have to answer me now. Even if you choose to remain in the Heavenly Note sect, I hope we can still become friends. The path to immortality is uncertain. Today's enemy could end up being a friend who could save your life. I'll try to help you as much as I can. However, I don't have any intelligence on who's coming, what they plan to do, and what decisions they have already taken." Jiang Hao nodded and didn't say anything. Xianyuan Tai asked him about the 100,000 Swords Talisman that Jiang Hao had used before. He wanted to know if Jiang Hao had made it himself. Jiang Hao told him that he did. Xianyuan Tai nodded and talked about his own experience of making talismans. He even gave some pointers on how to improve at talisman making. Jiang Hao was grateful. A few tips had taught him a lot. Xianyuan Tai talked about gestures and channeling spiritual energy to make talismans more effective. There were many things that Jiang Hao didn't understand. After they were done talking, Jiang Hao left. Jiang Hao walked out of the prison in deep thought. The Blackheaven sect is really coming here. I wonder how the Heavenly Note sect will react to that. From the looks of things, Jiang Hao was really in danger. I'm not strong enough. Jiang Hao could only think about mining. If only he could mine for a few days, he could have a chance at advancing further. Unfortunately, the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and the Demoness associated with it made it difficult for him to cultivate in peace. He had to adapt to his current circumstances. After leaving the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao headed to the market. He took out the blueprint that Hong Yuye had given him. He needed to buy enough materials if he wanted to upgrade his place. 1,300? Jiang Hao was stunned at the price. The array master shook his head. I can't give you more discounts. The materials you see aren't very common. This is an adaptation of the Spirit Gathering array. However, no one would modify it as strangely as you. I have no idea what these array patterns are for. It's as if they're incompatible. I can understand them while they are separated, but it'll take some time. Anyhow, that's the price for the materials, and I don't have some of them in stock. You'll have to wait. Jiang Hao was shocked. The blueprint that Hong Yuye gave him last time was cheaper. In fact, Jiang Hao didn't even have to spend much on spirit stones to complete it. This time, the materials were too expensive, and the merchant didn't even have some of the materials in the shop. How long? 3 days, said the array master. Jiang Hao paid him 300 spirit stones as a deposit and went back to his house. 3 days later, he went to the market and paid the full price. He finally managed to get all the materials to set up the array formation. He looked at the formation diagram. After a while, the array formation was successfully upgraded. Jiang Hao sighed in relief. The array was needed to prevent the heavenly fragrance Dao flower from affecting the surroundings. The more people knew about the flower, the more trouble they would cause. Ordinary people looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and thought it was an ordinary spirit herb. However, a few of them knew about its potential and went to great lengths to obtain it. Elder Baiji hadn't made this matter public because she wanted to lure the traitors into her trap. Ming Yi, Lu Xingqian, and the spirit beast had all approached him because of the flower. However, they kept their distance. Only Hong Yuye had taken the bait. In the courtyard, the spirit beast had fallen asleep near the heavenly fragrance Dao flower while drooling from its mouth. Jiang Hao sighed. No matter what he tried, the beast stayed close to the flower. He wouldn't mind if someone could teach it a lesson so that it would never approach the flower again. Jiang Hao went into his house and prepared to cultivate. As he started it, he frowned. He found that the flow of the spiritual energy was quite smooth today. It was strange. Even though Jiang Hao had bypassed Bai Ye's seal with the Black Lotus, he had found it quite difficult to cultivate. However, today, he wasn't affected by anything at all. Wow. Master, did you set up this formation? I feel the spiritual energy in waves, said the beast from outside. Jiang Hao ignored the beast. He calmed himself and tried to make some talismans. Talisman making was his livelihood. If he continued making good talismans, he could survive, no matter which sect he was in. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao set down the talisman brush and let out a long sigh. Jiang Hao had tried to make at least 10 talismans. However, his success rate had decreased. He could only manage 8 working talismans. Jiang Hao realized that his failure was because he hadn't used the clear and pure herd divine ability. He was too tired and decided to rest for a day or two. I should try not to use my divine abilities too much. 3 days later, Jiang Hao looked at the talismans, which had ended in failure. He shook his head in defeat. When he didn't use his divine ability, he increasingly failed at making effective talismans. However, he realized that he felt less tired after making talismans when he didn't use his abilities. Jiang Hao packed the materials and set them aside. He then went outside to collect some bubbles. As Jiang Hao headed to the spirit herb garden, the spirit beast jumped up and followed him. "Master, aren't you bored of doing the same thing every day?" asked the spirit beast. "You have to learn to enjoy this kind of life," said Jiang Hao. "When there is no trouble, it means you're safe." "But you've raised me to be so strong and powerful," said the spirit beast. "When will I get to show off?" Jiang Hao smiled. "Don't cause trouble. When the time comes, you can show off all you like. Otherwise, I'll let you go free." As he arrived at the spirit herb garden, he saw that Ching Cho looked worried. "Did something happen?" Jiang Hao asked. Ever since the bone flower incident, he knew that the spirit herb garden hadn't known a moment of peace. "Senior brother Jiang, there's something I need your help with," Ching Cho said awkwardly. "It's not about the spirit herb garden. Everything is all right. It's the new disciples." "New disciple?" Jiang Hao instantly thought of Shaoli and Lin Ji. "It's junior sister Shaoli, she's too noisy." Ching Cho sighed wearily. "She started causing trouble so soon?" Jiang Hao was surprised. Chapter 103 Chapter 103 Going Home for a Visit. Chapter 103 Going Home for a Visit. "Tell me everything," said Jiang Hao as he walked with Ching Cho toward the outermost part of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Shaoli was an outer sect disciple that he had brought in. If something happened, he would have to take responsibility. Actually, the outer sect disciples are required to recite the first chapter of 100 Revolutions of the Heavenly Note to stimulate their spiritual roots to interact with the spiritual energy. But junior sister Shaoli, Ching Cho pressed at his temples in frustration. "She's very hard-working in other things, but she runs away when she's asked to recite it. She doesn't care how many times she is punished by her seniors. She always runs away when it's time to recite the text. A senior was a bit angry at her, so he tried to restrain her with a spell, but he couldn't. She refuses to study. Nobody can restrain her. Now she's gone into hiding." Jiang Hao sighed. As someone from the Dragon Clan, it made sense why nobody could restrain her by normal means. However, he didn't expect Shaoli to be so resistant to reciting the text. Was it because she couldn't read at all? Under normal circumstances, seniors wouldn't care about outer sect disciples. However, he was the one who had selected Shaoli and brought her to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. She was his responsibility. Jiang Hao stopped and looked up when he arrived in front of the outermost mountain of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. "Is she there?" "Yes," said Ching Cho. "Call her," said Jiang Hao. Ching Cho looked puzzled. She had gone into hiding. "Just say something about food," said the spirit beast. "I'm sure she'll come running." "It's time to eat," shouted Ching Cho. Something flitted past at an impossible speed. Jiang Hao sighed and raised his sheathed blade. Bang! As he swung it, a small figure fell to the ground. Shaoli no longer looked malnourished and haggard as before. She tried to run away. When she saw Jiang Hao looking down at her, she didn't dare move. He was the person who had selected her and brought her here. She couldn't disobey him. Jiang Hao felt sorry for the child when he saw her lower her head guiltily. "Hungry?" he asked. Shaoli nodded and then shook her head. "Follow me," said Jiang Hao. Shaoli walked behind him with her head lowered. Ching Cho was a little surprised. How was she so obedient in front of Jiang Hao? The spirit beast jumped onto Shaoli's shoulder. "Master brought you here? Call me Big Brother. I can protect you." Shaoli was a little surprised. She pinched the spirit beast's cheeks. "You're cute." "I'm Uncle Rabbit." "You're being disrespectful," he said sternly. However, he didn't push her hands away. In the cafeteria, Jiang Hao led Shaoli to a table and sat down. Ching Cho followed too. Jiang Hao asked for some food. When it was brought to the table, Shaoli looked at him expectantly. "See, can I eat?" she asked. Jiang Hao nodded. Shaoli ate heartily. Not one crumb was left. However, she took the last piece of dessert, wrapped it in a tissue, and put it in her pocket. Is that for later? Asked Jiang Hao. Not for me. My parents, the ones who raised me. I don't think they've ever eaten food this delicious. Jiang Hao was stunned. He recalled the home he had stayed in before he was sold to the demonic sect. How old are they? Asked Jiang Hao. Well, my father's hair is all white. He's so old that he can't even chop firewood anymore. My mother's eyesight isn't what it used to be. She can't even sew the tear in my clothes. They are very old. They can't even chew properly, but this dessert is soft. They'll like it. When can I go home to visit them? Those words made Jiang Hao feel a pang in his heart. How long had it been since his family had sold him to the demonic sect? He didn't even know what he felt. Resentment? Hatred? Longing? Jiang Hao didn't hate them or resent them. He couldn't even remember them properly. He had invested every ounce of his energy into surviving that he hadn't even stopped once to think about his family. Now that Shaoli mentioned her family, even Jiang Hao wanted to go back and check on his previous home. However, he didn't dare leave the sect. The Sunset Immortal Sect, the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, the Heavenly Saints Sect, the Blackheaven Sect, and now the 100 Bones Forest were all watching him. He needed to compose himself and think calmly. Besides, was there even a point in visiting his previous home? Shaoli lowered her head. We can't go back. Her question brought him back to reality. Jiang Hao looked at the child in front of him and sighed. It was very difficult to go out of the sect, but it wasn't impossible. He took out the 100 Revolutions of Heavenly Note textbook and gave it to Shaoli. Familiarize yourself with this. If you manage to recite the first chapter and enter the first stage of the Lifeblood Refinement realm, I'll have someone take you back to your house for a visit. I'll also buy you some delicious food that you can take back. Read this. Shaoli made a long face. That depends on you. Do you want to do this for a chance to go home and visit your parents? Asked Jiang Hao, who got up from his seat. Once you familiarize yourself with it and attain the first stage, come find me. Jiang Hao turned around and left. Ching Chou and the spirit beast followed him. Shaoli looked at the book. She then took out the dessert she had wrapped. It was breaking apart. She ate it. She grabbed the book and ran to the place where the outer sect disciples were being taught. Everyone was stunned to see her sit down with the others and diligently recite the text. The senior glanced at her. Junior sister Shaoli, you'll doze off again. Stand up and recite the text. Shaoli glared at him and stood up. The seniors were wary of her. They knew that she wasn't someone ordinary. Their spells had no effect on her at all. This time, Shaoli obeyed their instructions. The seniors heaved a sigh of relief. In the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao collected bubbles. The increase in attributes made him feel at peace. However, Shaoli's words lingered in his mind. It had been more than 10 years since he had joined the demonic sect. He also wanted to go back and see what had become of his home. Senior brother Jiang, Shaoli's family sounds very old. By the time she reaches the first stage, her parents might, Ching Chou was concerned. After entering the Heavenly Note sect, they were all estranged from their families, especially those at the bottom of the ladder. Junior brother Ching, please make some arrangements to take her back to her house in a few days, said Jiang Hao. Ching Chou nodded. It seemed Jiang Hao wanted to send Shaoli to her house to visit her parents as soon as possible. That was alright as long as she was motivated to cultivate. Ching Chou seemed to have misunderstood something, but Jiang Hao didn't save anything further to clarify. Chapter 104 Chapter 104 Robbing him of his spirit herb garden. Chapter 104 Robbing him of his spirit herb garden. In the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao observed the spirit herbs around him. He had already carefully checked the herbs sent by the 100 Bones forest. On the surface, they all looked like ordinary spirit herbs. Jiang Hao wasn't able to figure out how Bai Yi had incorporated the spirit sealing technique into them. Jiang Hao had to admit that Bai Yi was a genius, and he couldn't do anything to thwart Bai Yi's plans. In the demonic sect, disciples had no restrictions and could experiment with things as much as they wished. Jiang Hao had once heard that someone's experiment had gone so wrong that a spirit beast had appeared in the sect and destroyed a whole city before it was put down. It seemed that the spirit herbs in front of him were also a result of experimentation. In the afternoon, just as Jiang Hao was about to leave the garden, Miao Tinglian found him. "Senior Sister Miao, is something the matter?" he asked. Miao Tinglian smiled. "It is no wonder that others in the Cliff of Broken Hearts overlook you, junior brother Jiang. You keep a very low profile and avoid offending people as much as possible." Jiang Hao didn't say anything to that. It was rare for him to meet seniors who were in the Golden Core realm. "Oh, since I'm a new disciple, should I also take care of the spirit herb garden?" asked Miao Tinglian. "That's not necessary, Senior Sister Miao. You should focus on your cultivation. Leave this to me." Jiang Hao wondered why she was trying to rob him of the spirit herb garden. He wouldn't let go unless he was allowed back in the mines. "Actually, I do have some knowledge regarding the spirit herbs," said Miao Tinglian. "Are you sure you don't need my help in managing a section of the garden?" Jiang Hao still shook his head. Miao Tinglian nodded. "Since you brought me here, I'm going to tell you this in gratitude," said Miao Tinglian as she turned to leave. "If you're not feeling well, it's better to move away." Jiang Hao realized that Miao Tinglian indeed had sharp eyes. She had seen the problem in the spirit herbs brought by the 100 Bones forest when no one else had. He wondered whether Miao Tinglian and Ming Yi knew each other. Jiang Hao returned to his house. He looked at the courtyard that was stabilized by an array formation. Nothing seemed conspicuous. Very few people knew that he had the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in his courtyard. If Bai Yi finds out about that, will he try something new? The spirit beast ran into the courtyard and spun around. "Master, I love your house. You won't kick me out in the future, right? As long as we don't turn into a monster." "Ha ha. You really like to joke. I'm a demon. How could I ever become a monster?" The spirit beast then settled into a cozy space and stared at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Jiang Hao returned to his room and prepared to make talismans. He still had 1,700 spirit stones. He wanted to increase it to 5,000 so that he could continue feeding the spirit beast. 7 days later, Ching Cho woke up early in the morning and was just heading out to the spirit herb garden when he saw Shaoli appear at his door. He was worried. "Is she all right?" Ching Cho knew that outer sect disciples were beaten a lot as punishment. No one really cared about it. Outer sect disciples were practically outcasts. However, he knew that Shaoli was extraordinarily talented. "Junior Sister Shaoli, were you looking for me?" asked Chang Cho when she didn't speak. "I want to see Senior Brother Jiang," she said. Shaoli knew his name but didn't know how to find him. She knew that Ching Cho worked with him. So, she had come to seek him out, hoping he would take her to Jiang Hao. Ching Cho nodded and took her with him to the spirit herb garden. On the way, he glanced at her. "Junior Sister Shaoli, you just have to be patient for 2 more days. Senior Brother Jiang will then allow you to go out and visit your family." "Why wait 2 more days?" Shaoli asked. "Senior Brother Jiang told me that I could go home for a visit if I made it to the first stage. I already did that." Ching Cho stopped in his tracks. He looked at Shaoli in disbelief. "What's wrong?" Shaoli was puzzled. "No, nothing." Ching Cho shook his head. Ching Cho remembered that a few days ago, Jiang Hao had told him to make preparations for Shaoli to be taken to her home for a visit. He thought, at the time, that Jiang Hao was letting Shaoli go home before she accomplished the goal because he felt sorry for her. But now, Ching Cho wasn't so sure. Did Jiang Hao already know about her talent? However, he couldn't sense whether Shaoli had actually advanced or not. Jiang Hao had already guessed that Shaoli was strong, but even he was surprised at the speed at which she had advanced. If Shaoli had tried from the time she got here, it wouldn't even have taken this long. Jiang Hao was stunned and envious. He looked at his own interface. In another month, he would be on par with Lu Xingchen. He just didn't know how much weaker he was compared to Bai Yi. However, against the people from the Blackheaven sect, being at the peak of the Golden Core realm was not enough. "Does anyone know that you've advanced?" asked Jiang Hao. "No, I didn't tell anybody." Shaoli shook her head. Jiang Hao nodded. "Pack your things. I'll have Ching Cho take you home for a visit. I'm going to go inform the Outer Sect manager." The sect didn't pay much attention to Outer Sect disciples, so Jiang Hao wouldn't have any problem asking the manager for his permission. He gave Ching Cho 5 spirit stones for the trouble. He also gave him 200,000 swords talismans, some healing talismans, and a bunch of other divine talismans. Ching Cho looked at the talismans in surprise. "Senior brother Jiang, will I be able to see my family in the future too?" asked Shaoli. "Of course. Every time you advance to a new stage, I'll have someone accompany you there. When you reach there, can you check on the condition of Shaoli's family?" Ching Cho was taken aback at the question. "Senior brother Jiang, do you want me to do something so that Shaoli can cut off ties with her family more easily?" Ching Cho thought Jiang Hao was a kind person. He didn't realize that he could be ruthless too. "Don't be ridiculous," said Jiang Hao. "I want you to check on their health so that they can live a little longer. They sound very old." Jiang Hao didn't think of himself as a good person. However, Shaoli's concern for her family had moved him. He wanted to help in any way he could. Chapter 105 Chapter 105 8,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman. Chapter 105 8,000 Miles Teleportation Talisman. Jiang Hao would try to help as much as he was able. Beyond that, he couldn't do anything. Before Ching Cho left, Jiang Hao told him to be careful. If there was anything Ching Cho couldn't face, he told him to send Shaoli to look for help. Ching Cho nodded. He had thought about it too and made his own preparations. However, Ching Cho thought he would be safe. He hadn't offended anyone, and he was only at the 8th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. Who would target him anyway? Jiang Hao returned to his house. He examined the wrist guard. Elder Baiji had given him the wrist guard. He had used his daily appraisal ability on it. It would take 7 days for the power in it to activate. He wasn't very clear about it. If he could hide a technique, he would probably moonslaying or mountain suppression technique. Jiang Hao activated the wrist guard. The power seemed to have a suction force that absorbed the power he released. He used a simple fireball spell. The spell disappeared on the spot, and a mark appeared on the wrist guard. Jiang Hao extended his hand, and the fireball flew out. Then, he tried the demonic sound slash. It could also be hidden in the wrist guard. After that, his fingers became blades and attacked. He tried the same with his other blade Shiu. The result was the same. The treasures Elder Baiji gave him were too extraordinary. She was very generous since each item from the set of armor could add an extra bonus. The armor was mainly for defense, while the wrist guard was mainly for attack. The reward for raising the heavenly fragrance Dao flower is so generous. If I were to gather all the pieces from the set of 9 heavenly battle armor, how powerful would I be? Jiang Hao sighed. He didn't know how long he could take it. He might not last that long. The Blackheaven sect had their eyes set on him. His future was uncertain. After tending to the spirit herbs, he went to the market. He wanted to set up a stall to sell talismans and earn some spirit stones. Junior brother Jiang, you're here again, said Fairy Ling Tian. Let me see what you have today. So many healing talismans, you even have 100,000 swords talismans. Please give me 5 of each type. Of course, said Jiang Hao. That'll be 300 spirit stones. Jiang Hao sighed. Senior sister Ling was indeed very rich. Thank you, junior brother Jiang, she said. I feel that the quality of the talismans is better than before. You have a real talent when it comes to making talismans. If only I had such talent, I wouldn't have to buy talismans every time. Junior brother Jiang, are you in need of medicinal pills? I have a few with me, said Fairy Ling Tian. Jiang Hao shook his head. I don't really need them at the moment. Such a pity, she said, but that's all right. I have a lot of pills. If you ever need them, you just have to tell me. I'm going to refine them more. Senior sisterling, are you an alchemist? Asked Jiang Hao in disbelief. It was no wonder she was so rich. Fairy Ling Tian chuckled. I'm just an amateur right now. She looked around cautiously. Junior brother Jiang, do you have any thoughts on making high-grade talismans? What do you mean? Asked Jiang Hao warily. I see that you have great talent when it comes to talisman making. I was just wondering whether you might be interested in a talisman. I could sell it to you for 2,000 spirit stones. What talisman is it? Jiang Hao asked. I don't know. We got it by accident when we went out, but it was damaged. It felt extraordinary. We were afraid that people would think we had stolen the second half, so we didn't ask others. Jiang Hao hesitated briefly. Could you bring it to the Cliff of Broken Hearts tomorrow? Ling Tian smiled and then nodded. I heard that people from the Blackheaven sect are arriving soon, junior brother Jiang. You have to be careful. This is the first time I have seen anyone in the sect provoke so many people at once. Jiang Hao smiled awkwardly and watched Ling Tian leave. He did not want to miss that chance of discovering a powerful talisman. Things weren't very good for him right now. The sale of the talismans wasn't what he expected. He needed to make better talismans to earn more spirit stones. After selling a few more talismans, Jiang Hao went back to his house. He hadn't been able to sell too many talismans today, but he had managed to make 2,100 spirit stones in total. That was at least something. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that he had never used his daily appraisal ability on Ling Tian before. He didn't believe that she could be a traitor. If he hadn't already used his ability on the wrist guard today, he would have appraised Ling Tian. The next day, Jiang Hao saw Ling Tian walking toward him. Junior brother Jiang, your house is in a very isolated area. I almost couldn't find it, said Ling Tian. Can we talk inside? Of course, senior sister Ling, said Jiang Hao. He wondered if any traitors watching him would find this strange. However, people generally visited each other, so there was nothing strange about it. Jiang Hao led Ling Tian inside. She was surprised to see the interior. Jiang Hao made some tea and served it to her. I brought the thing, said Ling Tian. She brought out a small wooden box and opened it. There was a broken stone tablet inside with half of the talisman character drawn on it. The talisman looked complicated, but Jiang Hao didn't sense any divine intent from it. Jiang Hao activated the daily appraisal ability. Jiang Hao was surprised. 1,000 miles teleportation talisman? If there came a time when he couldn't live in the Heavenly Note sect anymore, could he use this talisman to escape? This kind of talisman was very, very rare. It was extremely difficult to create such a talisman. Could you sell it for a little cheaper? Ling Tian looked troubled. This doesn't belong to me alone. We found it as a group. I can't really make it any cheaper than it already is. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Rise Up in Rank. Chapter 106, Rise Up in Rank. Then can I offer some talismans instead of spirit stones? Asked Jiang Hao. Lung Tian frowned. What talismans are you willing to give me? 10 healing talismans and 10 of 100,000 swords talismans, said Jiang Hao. Deal, said Lung Tian without hesitation. Jiang Hao heaved a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to spend all his hard-earned spirit stones on one talisman. He ended up giving her 1,500 spirit stones, 10 healing talismans, and 100,000 swords talismans. Jiang Hao was only left with 600 spirit stones now. He wondered how much it would cost to make 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Here, said Lung Tian as she handed him the box with the talisman. This is yours now, but I have to warn you. This is something that we obtained through painstaking efforts. If it's useful for you, that's great. However, if you choose to sell it, please be careful. You might get in trouble. Really? Jiang Hao pretended to be surprised. If you obtained it with such difficulty, are you willing to sell it for this price? You look like someone who'll use it instead of selling it somewhere, said Lung Tian as she laughed. 2,000 spirit stones is enough for us. I wouldn't be worried if it was the whole talisman, but having half of it is dangerous. So, be careful, junior brother Jiang. Jiang Hao bowed to her. Of course. Thank you for the warning, senior sister Lung. Lung Tian smiled. I should get going. Jiang Hao led her out to the courtyard. The spirit beast was hanging upside down from a tree. Junior brother Jiang, your spirit beast is really extraordinary. Lung Tian laughed. Jiang Hao laughed too. The spirit beast was being a nuisance as always. After that, Lung Tian said goodbye and left. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment, then decided to go to the spirit herb garden. He decided to make the talisman today. If he succeeded in making the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman before the Blackheaven sect arrived, he would have an option for escape. The ones who came after him would definitely be in the Golden Core realm. If only he could advance to the peak of the Golden Core realm, he would have a way out. However, that would be his last resort. Master, why are you so popular with women? Asked the spirit beast as it landed back on the ground. That's not true, said Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao didn't meet many women. Lung Tian was just here to exchange the talisman for spirit stones. The others had been all traitors. Is there a lover among these women? Asked the spirit beast. No, there is not, said Jiang Hao. Who is it? A red shadow surfaced in Jiang Hao's mind. He didn't say anything further. Although Jiang Hao definitely didn't love that person, he knew that as long as her heaven extinction goo poison was in his system, it was impossible for him to feel anything toward other women. Even if there was a way to remove the poison, he wasn't sure if he was willing to do it. The heaven extinction goo poison's benefits outweighed its disadvantages. He was often reckless and had to depend on that poison to keep him calm. It had helped him out on many occasions. It especially helped him resist bewitching spells. Jiang Hao shook his head and sighed. Sometimes, he felt that the price he had to pay to survive was far too heavy. He didn't think about it anymore. He turned around and returned to his room. Jiang Hao put away the stone slab, prepared some water and a brush, and began to meditate to calm his mind. At noon, Jiang Hao sat at his desk. He picked up the brush, dipped it in water, and activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. Then, he began to draw. He remained focused. He was afraid that he'd mess it up. Before this, Jiang Hao had practiced a few times already to get the characters right. With the help of the ability, Jiang Hao's hand moved with ease and finally finished the last stroke. A beam of light radiated from the stone tablet. The light entered his body via the brush he held in his hand. At this moment, a golden light appeared in his mind. The golden light drew runes in his mind. Every single one was powerful. Jiang Hao was attentive. He didn't want to miss anything. When the runes reached completion, Jiang Hao was delighted. The moment the talisman was formed, the golden light disappeared entirely. At this point, Jiang Hao had memorized the entire talisman. The stone tablet on the desk cracked with a crisp sound. Jiang Hao was surprised, but not for long. He knew that the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman needed many materials like a golden core realm spirit beast skin, beast's blood, and a talisman brush made out of golden core realm materials. Jiang Hao put everything away and headed to the spirit herb garden. He collected some bubbles and then headed to the market to buy some materials. It cost him a total of 500 spirit stones for the materials. It was surprisingly expensive. Fortunately, with the materials he had bought, he could practice the talisman at least 10 more times. He only had 100 spirit stones left. Jiang Hao sighed. The spirit stones he had just earned were gone just like that. Jiang Hao returned to his house and practiced drawing the talisman once again. He didn't use any spiritual energy for now. He only practiced the strokes. After a while, Jiang Hao sat at his desk again. When he started making it, he realized that it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. When his spiritual energy was exhausted, he could no longer continue. The beast's skin burned on the spot. It was another failure. Jiang Hao was too exhausted to continue. The next day, Jiang Hao was just planning to head to the spirit herb garden when he met Lu Xingchen. He looked very serious. Jiang Hao knew that something bad was coming. "Junior brother Jiang, you've been restricted from moving out of the sect," said Lu Xingchen gravely. "The Blackheaven sect will be here in 15 days. Jiang Hao bowed and thanked him for the information. Lu Xingchen seemed to speak less when the matter was serious. Jiang Hao had noticed that about him. He guessed that he was chosen to be the scapegoat to take the fall for the sect. Jiang Hao said goodbye to Lu Xingchen and headed to the spirit herb garden. He collected some bubbles and tended to the spirit herbs. Even Mu Qi seemed worried about him. "Junior brother Jiang, are you still tending to the herbs? Maybe you should go meet the cliff master." Jiang Hao thanked him, but he knew it was useless. He wasn't a true disciple, so the help his master could provide was limited. Mu Qi knew this too. For the next few days, Jiang Hao continued to tend to spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden during the day and tried to make talismans at night. He failed for 7 consecutive days. After that, he rested for 3 days straight. During these 10 days, Miao Tinglian watched as Jiang Hao quietly tended to the spirit herbs and cleaned up the spirit herb garden. She turned to Mu Qi. "If junior brother Jiang is allowed to live in safety and peace, he'll rise up in rank. He's going to face a great crisis in just 5 days, yet he seems so calm." Chapter 107 Chapter 107 Moving in Together. Chapter 107 Moving in Together. "I went to meet my master to help junior brother Jiang, but he didn't say anything," said Mu Qi. "Master wanted to take in junior brother Jiang as a disciple, but with the law enforcement hall's investigation, it's a little troublesome to help him now. It seems some people want to use him as a scapegoat. The Blackheaven sect also wanted to punish someone to save its reputation. It seemed that both sects had agreed to choose someone as a sacrifice." "What will happen to junior brother Jiang?" asked Miao Tinglian. Mu Qi frowned. "I'm not sure. Maybe the Blackheaven sect will take him away. If he isn't taken away by them, he'll likely end up in the Lawless Tower." Miao Tinglian was shocked at that. "The Lawless Tower? How cruel," she said. "I remember you saying that all those who had any kind of grudges against junior brother Jiang are dead. Maybe the people from the Blackheaven sect will end up dead this time too." Mu Qi glanced at her. "It's not the same thing." They fell silent. "Does your master know about our relationship?" asked Miao Tinglian. Why do you ask? Asked Muchi. If he does, I can just move in with you. As long as I don't create any problems in a year, I'll be accepted into the sect without conditions anyway. Muchi's silence angered Miao Tinglian. Why aren't you saying anything? We secretly had an affair in the past, and you were so eager. Now that I defected from my sect to be with you, and you suddenly despise me? Are you dating someone else? Muchi sighed. If you make our relationship public, it'll be used against us. I'm just asking to move in with you. I won't cause any trouble. Muchi nodded. Don't go back on your word. Jiang Hao had just arrived at the Spirit Herb Garden when he saw Muchi and Miao Tinglian leaving the garden. Ever since senior sister Miao had joined the sect, senior brother Muchi had changed. He seemed to have softened a bit. If Miao Tinglian turned out to be a traitor, everything would fall apart. He wondered what Muchi would do then. However, Miao Tinglian didn't seem to have any intention of bringing down the sect for now. She had come here for Muchi and had paid a heavy price in doing so. Jiang Hao felt that it was really difficult to be in a demonic sect with human emotions. Nowhere was safe. Muchi and Miao Tinglian both had been treating Jiang Hao well these past few days. Maybe both were grateful to Jiang Hao because he had brought her into the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao collected some bubbles and returned to his house. Jiang Hao ate a spirit-gathering pill and then activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. He realized that this wasn't enough. He used the reappearance of the Hidden Spirit ability too. When the ability ran out of energy, the pill would replenish it, while he focused on making the talisman. This was the only way to maintain an uninterrupted flow. If he failed again even after this, then there was no chance for him to master the talisman. He only had 3 pieces of beast skin talisman paper. That night, Jiang Hao sat at his desk. 101 he ate the pill and activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. He raised his brush and then activated the reappearance of the Hidden Spirit ability. Jiang Hao then began to draw. Every stroke was done carefully by filling it with just enough spiritual energy. His hand was steady and his mind was clear. After a while, the energy provided by the reappearance of the Hidden Spirit reached its limit. The pill replenished his energy at that time. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao was still at it. His forehead was covered in beads of sweat. His spiritual energy was about to be exhausted. At the last moment, he finished it. However, the moment he was done with it, the beast's skin caught fire and the talisman was destroyed. I failed again? Jiang Hao was confused. He had prepared meticulously this time. He had done everything right. How did I fail? He retraced every step he had taken. Is it because I didn't do it at noon? Jiang Hao tried again at noon the next day. There were only 2 days left. He was running out of time. Jiang Hao couldn't even go anywhere else. He had to wait to be summoned by the Sect. The Heavenly Note Sect also wanted to solve the matter with the Blackheaven Sect without any problems. The Sect wasn't taking any chances because they weren't dealing with something like Azure Mountain this time. The Blackheaven Sect, the Wind Lightning Sect, and the Sunset Immortal Sect were very powerful. If the negotiation failed, the 3 sects would band together and attack the Heavenly Note Sect. No one wanted that to happen. Therefore, they had chosen a disciple to act as a peace offering. Jiang Hao understood why they had chosen him, but he still felt despair. He sat at his desk and tried again. He used the same method. He ate a pill and activated the Clear and Pure Heart ability. Jiang Hao then activated the reappearance of the Hidden Spirit ability and picked up his brush. He began drawing. At this moment, he was on fire. His mind was clear and he was focused. A beam of light emanated from the talisman brush and entered his body. He had an inexplicable joy. His body, his heart, and his mind were in perfect harmony. The light became brighter and there was a gentle wind in the room. Jiang Hao put down the last stroke. The moment he did that, his spiritual energy was devoured rapidly. Pain spread throughout his body and mind. If he hadn't taken precautions, he would have fallen to the ground unconscious. Fortunately, it didn't last long. The talisman flashed once and returned to normal. Jiang Hao was gripping the side of his chair, sweating profusely. He covered his face in his hands. It's too exhausting. I can't continue. 1,000 miles teleportation talisman was terrifying to make. He took a break. When he was able to get up again, he used the daily appraisal on the talisman he had just finished creating. Jiang Hao was surprised. The talisman was impressive. This talisman is worth more than 2,000 spirit stones. It only worked within a 700 to 1,000 miles radius, so the price might be a little less for this particular talisman. However, it wasn't bad. 700 miles was still far enough. As long as he wasn't caught, this talisman could give him a head start. He had to stay alert. Chapter 108 Chapter 108 Preparing to Defect. Chapter 108 Preparing to Defect. At noon the next day, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged in the courtyard. He looked at the spirit beast jumping around as it chased a butterfly. Tomorrow was the day when the Blackheaven sect would arrive. He had just recovered his strength and had also stored 2 attacks in his wrist guard. He had chosen Moon, Slaying and Mountain Suppression. Those were his 2 powerful attack techniques. As for the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman, he couldn't make another. He was too exhausted to use 2 abilities at the same time. One was enough for now. After he advanced further, he might have a chance of making another of that talisman. Master, will you come back home tomorrow? The spirit beast looked at Jiang Hao strangely. Jiang Hao didn't know how to answer that question. Nothing was certain. There was a high chance that he might not really come back here. He neither wanted to be taken away to the Blackheaven sect, nor did he want to be thrown into the Lawless Tower. If he was thrown into the Lawless Tower, he would lose all his cultivation. It was better to just run away. He didn't have a choice before, but now he did. He had 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Jiang Hao wished he could advance quickly. He looked at his interface. If only he could advance to the peak stage of the Golden Core Realm, he would have a chance. Master, I plan to go down the mountain tomorrow, said the spirit beast. Why? Jiang Hao asked. My friends think it is the right time for me to embark on the path to becoming a great demon, said the spirit beast righteously. Jiang Hao was glad that the beast wouldn't be here if he didn't come back. As for other things, Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. He couldn't take it with him, so he decided to leave it behind. He felt a little sentimental. Jiang Hao had spent much of his life being careful and trying to stay safe. In the end, nothing even mattered. In the afternoon, Han Ming came to meet him. He was there to challenge Jiang Hao to a fight. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He agreed. It only took 2 slashes to defeat Han Ming. Thank you for going easy on me, junior brother Han, said Jiang Hao and bowed. Jiang Hao had wanted to go easy on Han Ming, but he decided against it at the last minute. He was going through so much and Han Ming wanted a fight. He was really annoying. Han Ming looked at Jiang Hao. He then turned around and left. After that, no one disturbed Jiang Hao. There was not one person in this sect he was close with. He knew many people, but they avoided him. Jiang Hao didn't seek out anyone because he didn't want to make their lives difficult. The only person he was remotely close to was Ching Chou. However, Ching Chou wasn't here today. He had gone with Xiao Li to her house. Xiao Li. Jiang Hao didn't know what would happen to her. He hoped for her to be safe. The next day, Jiang Hao woke up early. Today was the day. He was not in a hurry to meet the Blackheaven sect. He watered the heavenly fragrance Tao flower for the last time. He was not in a hurry to meet the Blackheaven sect. He watered the heavenly fragrance Tao flower for the last time. After a while, Lu Xingchen visited him. Junior brother Jiang. Finally, Jiang Hao understood why he was here. He walked out of the courtyard to meet him. You seem very calm, said Lu Xingchen as they walked. Jiang Hao smiled but didn't say anything. It wasn't like he had any other choice. This whole world was too brutal. Anyone could be sacrificed to fulfill a common interest. The world was driven by personal interest, not justice. Everything might go smoothly. Lu Xingchen looked at him. Your master is also going to be present. He might speak up for you. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked him. He had made it to the top 10 disciples list. That had its own advantages and disadvantages. The advantages were that, as one of the top 10 disciples, he could go to the Lawless Tower to cultivate, he had received the Immortal Peachtree, and the Law Enforcement Hall couldn't lock him up. The disadvantages were almost fatal. Chapter 109 Chapter 109 Drawing a Saber. Chapter 109 Drawing a Saber. I am Yang Hua of the Blackheaven Sect. The man in the lead introduced himself. I'm Qi Yuan from the Wind Lightning Sect. I'm Xian Dong of the Sunset Immortal Sect. Senior Qinyan smiled at them. Not a single big shot is here. Yes, but we have been given the authority to conclude this negotiation. I hope that is enough for the Heavenly Note Sect, said Yang Hua haughtily. Then, do you agree with our conditions? Asked Senior Qinyan. The Heavenly Note Sect didn't want another war at the moment. They had just finished fighting Azure Mountain. If they had to fight these three sects together, they would be at a disadvantage. If the negotiation failed, both sides would suffer. We can agree to spirit stones, magic treasures, and pills, but we can't give you the cultivation techniques and spells, said Yang Hua. However, we'll replenish the spirit herbs, pills, and spirit stones. We'll give you whatever you need. Senior Qinyan and the others were surprised. Do the others agree to that too? Asked the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall. Yes, said Xian Dong. Whatever you want, but we do have a small condition. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Here it comes. The condition they had would probably be something to do with him. This was the moment of truth. What condition is that? Asked Qinyan. One of our disciples died at the hands of your sect's disciple. The disciple who died is an important person. The sect wants her avenged. We are prepared to pay anything to get that murderer, said Xian Dong. Who are you talking about? Senior Qinyan asked. Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, said Xian Dong. Some appeared surprised, while others already knew about the matter. Jiang Hao knew that some people weren't happy because he had made it to the top 10. Jiang Hao remained silent. He didn't think it was wise to speak up. Do you want to take him away or do you want him dead? Asked Ku Wuchang. Both, said Xian Dong. Xian Dong really wanted to take Jiang Hao away with him to the Sunset Immortal Sect. As for Jiang Hao's fate there, that was still undecided, but it wouldn't be anything pleasant. No, said Ku Wuchang. I am the Cliff Master and the Cliff of Broken Hearts will not hand Jiang Hao over. That surprised Xian Dong and the others. They weren't the only ones. Even Senior Qinyan was surprised. If you aren't willing to offer anything in exchange, why do you make such demands? Asked Xian Dong indignantly. Yang Hua of the Blackheaven Sect smiled. Don't tell me the Heavenly Note Sect hopes to rob us. You're not willing to hand over even one person, but you want everything in return. Do you think we're afraid of you? If you're not willing to hand him over, at least cripple him, so he can't cause any more harm and pay for his crimes. He shouldn't be allowed to cultivate for the rest of his life. Tomorrow we'll hand over the spirit stones and resources you've asked of us, but you have to cripple him in front of us. The most outstanding disciple of the Blackheaven sect was captured because of him. We can't just let him go around like nothing happened. No, said Ku Wuchang again. Then there is nothing to talk about, said Qi Yuan. In that case, why are we still standing here? Yang Hua and the others plan to leave. Since the Heavenly Note sect doesn't uphold their end of the bargain, this negotiation is over, said Xiandong. Why are you all in such a hurry? Senior Qinyan asked. Let's talk it out properly. You can reduce the amount of resources by 20%. As for Jiang Hao, he seems to have offended all of you. We can't hand him over to all of you at the same time. What if we punish him ourselves? How? Yang Hua asked. In order to appease their anger, the Heavenly Note sect had to punish the person, no matter how outstanding he was. The Heavenly Note sect didn't care about their reputation, but they did care about resources. We'll have him thrown into the lawless tower where his cultivation will be stripped to nothing before having him thrown out of the sect, said Senior Qinyan. Will that be enough? The negotiation couldn't fail. It would be disastrous if it did. I heard that he stabbed our sect's disciple in the neck when he killed her, said Xiandong. I'll agree to your proposition if you let me stab him. Let him feel the same pain. After that, whether he lives or dies will be none of our concern. Ku Wuchang frowned, but he didn't say anything. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He didn't blame his master for not speaking up this time. He was an ordinary inner sect disciple who had been involved with too many traitors. His master didn't owe him anything after all. He had already supported him twice. If he had to enter the lawless tower tomorrow, Jiang Hao would flee tonight. After that, too many people would be chasing him. There would be no more peaceful days for him. However, Jiang Hao didn't have any other choice. 100 Flowers Lake. Hong Yuye stood under the pavilion, dressed in red. She looked into the distance. Today was a clear day with a gentle breeze. It was relaxing. The wind scattered the fragrance of the flowers. At that moment, a white figure landed outside the pavilion. Sect Master, said Baiji. The people from the other sects have arrived. They agreed to our condition, but they have their own conditions as well. They want Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Cliff Master Ku Wuchang had rejected their requests so far, so our sect also reduced the requirements by 20%. However, Jiang Hao is to be thrown into the lawless tower and then exiled from the sect. The Blackheaven sect and the Sunset Immortal sect seem to agree with it. The Wind Lightning sect doesn't care much. Do the people from the Blackheaven sect agree to that as well? Hong Yuye asked calmly. The Blackheaven sect hadn't said anything yet, but the person from the Sunset Immortal sect wants to stab Jiang Hao to avenge the traitor who was killed. Hong Yuye nodded. It's what they would want since they have suffered a heave loss. The more the Cliff Master refuses, the more excited they will become. Hong Yuye walked to the flowers. Her steps were light and graceful. Her dress trailed behind. She walked a few steps and then stopped. Baiji felt that something was wrong. Hong Yuye bent down a little and reached among the flowers. She slowly pulled out a saber from the flowers. It was covered in cracks. Baiji felt fear. Baiji, said Hong Yuye. Yes. Baiji knelt. However, the next words confused Baiji. What do you think of this saber? Asked Hong Yuye as she stared at the silver saber. Chapter 110 Chapter 110 1/ From the Saber Terrifies the Entire Heavenly Note Sect. Chapter 110 1/ From the Saber Terrifies the Entire Heavenly Note Sect. Hong Yuye held the silver-white saber. She looked at it and asked Baiji about it. Baiji was puzzled. She observed the saber that was about to shatter. The saber is usually used by those in the Foundation establishment realm. However, it looks like it's going to shatter any minute. I don't think it can be used anymore. Hong Yuya nodded. You're right. It can't be used anymore. She walked to the edge of the pavilion with the saber in hand. The wind ruffled her dress. The flowers swayed around her. I recall that you used to like blades, said Hong Yuya. Baiji nodded. But you told me sabers weren't suitable for me. I am grateful. Without you, I wouldn't be here today. Baiji had achieved so much because Hong Yuya had nurtured her talents. Only with Hong Yuya's direction, Baiji had managed to reach where she was. She had even proved herself enough to become the acting sect master. I remember that you used to learn the moonslaying technique? Hong Yuya said. Yes. Baiji nodded. She didn't know why Hong Yuya was asking about this so suddenly. Hong Yuya raised the saber and caressed the blade gently. I know you. You are obsessed with learning new things. Although you've let it go, you always wanted to know how it feels to master the Luna Shadow technique. Am I right? Baiji felt a little ashamed that she had given up learning different saber technique. She nodded. Yes, there were some things I absolutely wanted to master. Then open your eyes wide and watch. Hong Yuya swung the saber. It seemed to dance in her hands. Hong Yuya shone like a bright moon illuminating the earth. The pure white light left a shadow under the scorching sun. Then, she swung the half-moon blade. Hong Yuya moved with the saber. The sharp blade could cut through everything in its path. Under the sunlight, the shadow of the moon bloomed, as if all light was concentrated on it. Baiji was in a daze. Then she saw the direction where Hong Yuya meant to slash in. She felt terrified. This was... Hong Yuya was aiming for the ones from the Blackheaven sect and the others. Tomorrow, I will stab him in front of Lawless Tower and watch him enter the tower, said Xiandong. If you agree to that, we're willing to give you all the resources you asked for. He wanted to make Jiang Hao pay for his actions. The Blackheaven sect agrees to it, although we will only pay the 20% reduced resources as discussed before. We also want to witness Jiang Hao enter the Lawless Tower, said Yang Hor. Qi Yuan did not speak. Senior Qinyan felt that it was fair. Just as she was about to nod in agreement, she felt a chill run down her spine. She turned around. A bright moon suddenly appeared in the depths of the Heavenly Note sect. The moonlight cut through the void and headed toward them. The sharp and bright moon was the only thing in their vision. In the blink of an eye, the moonlight flew past them. A terrifying chill spread through the world. They were frozen in fear. The bright, razor-sharp light slashed toward Yang Hua and the others. Yang Hua stared at it in disbelief. How dare you? Are you trying to start a war? They defended themselves. However, their efforts were futile. The light passed through all defenses and all protective magical treasures. The Heavenly Note sect is really shameless. You actually dare. Whoosh. The slash of moonlight passed by the terrified Yang Ho and Xiandong and caught up to Qi Yuan, who was fleeing with the others. This blade was like a gust of wind. It was almost intangible. Among the 13 people, only one in the Golden Core realm survived. He cried in fear but realized that he was fine. 12 people spat blood and collapsed. They had been beheaded. The entire Heavenly Note sect fell silent. Baiji knelt in fear. The sect master personally taking action could only mean that she, as an acting sect master, hadn't done her job well. Hong Yuya buried the saber among the flowers again. She looked at Baiji. Send a message to the Blackheaven sect. Tell them that if they want to negotiate, they should send someone who is more sincere next time. Also, send the prisoner to the Lawless Tower for 5 days. If they don't send someone who is sincere the next time, their captive won't be released from the Lawless Tower. Hong Yuya walked back to the pavilion in the center. You may leave. Understood, Sect Master, said Baiji. Only at this moment did Baiji understand Jiang Hao's significance. Perhaps no one could plant and raise the heavenly fragrance Tao flower except him. She should never have allowed Jiang Hao to be brought to the limelight. Baiji was still confused. The sect master clearly didn't seem to care about Jiang Hao, and still, Baiji didn't dare ask. She left. After Baiji left, Hong Yuya pressed her fingers to her lips and coughed softly. She seemed a bit unwell. Outside the Heavenly Note sect, Senior Qingyan and the others broke out into cold sweat. If the blade had hit them, their hearts were filled with fear and respect. A white shadow descended from the sky. It was Elder Baiji from the 100 Flowers Lake. Senior Qingyan, Ku Wuchang, and the elder from the Law Enforcement Hall bowed in respect. Baiji ignored them all. She looked at the only surviving member of the convoy. "Are you from the Blackheaven sect?" she asked. "Why, yes," said the young man who was in the Golden Core realm. "Go back to your sect and tell your people to show some sincerity next time. If not, don't dare approach this sect at all. You'll be thrown into the lawless tower with no chance of escape if you pull something like this again. Leave." The person scrambled away from the Heavenly Note sect. Baiji looked at Senior Qingyan and the others. Sect Master isn't out of seclusion yet, but the 12 branches shouldn't stoop lower in her absence. Those who refuse will have to abdicate, or I'll help them fall from power. Baiji then turned around and left. Jiang Hao was stunned. He hadn't expected this outcome even in his wildest dream. "Was it Elder Baiji who did that?" he asked. "Do you really think so, junior brother Jiang?" asked Lu Xingchen. Jiang Hao shook his head. It didn't seem like it. Senior Qingyan and the others wouldn't have been that terrified if it was Elder Baiji. There was only one other person in the Heavenly Note sect who was more terrifying than Elder Baiji herself. That was the sect master, the Heavenly Note Demoness. Chapter 111 Chapter 111 The Sudden Appearance of the Demoness. Chapter 111 The Sudden Appearance of the Demoness. Jiang Hao was silent on the way back. Some people bumped into him and told him that he was lucky. He thought so too. The sect master had been in seclusion for so long, but she suddenly made a move. Jiang Hao recalled that when Elder Baiji had given him the armor, she had mentioned that the reward was from someone else. Was it the sect master who sent the heavenly fragrance Tao flower to me? It was only a guess that Jiang Hao had no way of confirming. Jiang Hao decided that it didn't matter. He couldn't afford to offend the sect master or Elder Baiji. He returned to his courtyard. Lu Xingchen told him that he was no longer under surveillance. He couldn't leave the sect because of the matter with the law enforcement hall, but there was no other restriction on him. Jiang Hao fell onto the wooden chair. He took out the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman from his pocket. He couldn't believe that he didn't need it anymore. Jiang Hao realized that he was not strong enough. He got up and began to clean his courtyard. It wasn't dirty, but he needed to get his mind off of things. Now that the matter had been solved, he slowly calmed down. He had prepared so many things and imagined all kinds of scenarios. He had been on edge. Suddenly, he was safe again. He saw that his fingers were trembling slightly. His knowledge and strength were far inferior to the ones he had met today. Suddenly, a fragrance wafted in the air. It was not the smell of the flowers he had in his courtyard. He turned to look. He found someone sitting at the wooden table in his courtyard. She sat there casually and watched the immortal peach tree. Hong Yuya. Jiang Hao was surprised. He hadn't expected her to visit today. He had assumed she would have tried to find him after he escaped. "Why are you surprised? Are you still not familiar with the scent of my body?" asked Hong Yuya. "It's not that." Jiang Hao lowered his head. The fragrance is different. It's a mix of many flowers." He was just telling the truth, but his heart raced. Since the heaven extinction goo poison had no effect when he faced her, he could only rely on his own mind. Fortunately, he did not make a fool of himself. Hong Yuye sat quietly by the table. The wind rustled the leaves on the tree. Jiang Hao eventually calmed down. "Take care of my flower and follow me to the nearby town when I come to get you," said Hong Yuye. "Otherwise, you'll not be able to handle my fury." Jiang Hao saw her turn into a red shadow and disappear. He was puzzled. She hadn't even inspected the heavenly fragrance Dao flower like she usually did. Jiang Hao looked at his hands. They weren't trembling anymore. He took a deep breath and congratulated himself on surviving another day. He needed to discuss with Lu Xingqian the matter of visiting the nearby town. Jiang Hao didn't want to face Hong Yuye's anger. At noon, the spirit beast returned home. "Didn't you leave the mountain?" Jiang Hao sat on the wooden chair. The spirit beast shook his head nonchalantly. "I came back. In the future, when I finally decide to go, you should follow me, Master." Jiang Hao smiled but didn't say anything. He wasn't sure why the beast had decided to return. It was full of lies on the best of days, after all. "Master, will you eat people in the future?" asked the spirit beast. "One passed by a place on the way down the mountain today. A man threatened to eat a woman. She seemed to be begging. When he told her to go, he seemed upset. I couldn't understand." Jiang Hao was speechless. He thought of Hong Yuye for no reason at all. "Don't eavesdrop on other people," said Jiang Hao. "I just heard it, accidentally. I wasn't meaning to." The Heavenly Note sect was still a little conservative. Who would do such a thing in broad daylight? Maybe the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Then, the man was eaten by the woman. Or at least she was trying to. His mouth was in her mouth. His innards were all scattered on the ground. The spirit beast looked at Jiang Hao. "Master, you should be careful. Don't let a woman eat you." Jiang Hao was stunned. What in the hell did it actually see? "Did she see you?" he asked. The spirit beast shook its head. Jiang Hao nodded. If what the beast said was true, then a woman might have killed someone. If it was a disciple of the Heavenly Note sect, then it wouldn't be long before the law enforcement hall intervened. However, who would dare to kill someone in the Heavenly Note sect? Jiang Hao was worried that the person might be hiding something. According to Lu Xingqian, the law enforcement hall might use the Heavenly Essence soul modeling mirror to catch the murderer. If that happened, he would get in trouble too. Jiang Hao decided to visit Lu Xingqian soon. He wanted to find out if the law enforcement hall had found new leads on the murders, and also ask him if he could leave the sect to visit a nearby town. He wasn't in a hurry. He would advance in a few days and would become stronger. The next day, Jiang Hao stood at the entrance of his courtyard. From today, he decided to resume his daily routine. He also needed to earn spirit stones. When he arrived at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao realized that Ching Chou had been away for more than half a month. He didn't know when he would return. "Good morning, junior brother Jiang," Miao Tinglian. She had been helping out. In the garden. She had been in the process of planting a bunch of spirit herbs. "Good morning, senior sister Miao," said Jiang Hao politely. Miao Tinglian looked genuinely happy to see him, but he didn't know if she had any ulterior motives. "Junior brother Jiang, are you free right now? I have something to ask you," she said. "It's related to senior brother Mu Qi. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.